Hello, welcome to tonight's session, dooba doobie. All right, so as the title on this handy dandy thing says, this is session 34, 64. Where are we at?
I want to make well,
It's something four. It's I'm pretty sure it's 34. And tonight's title is "We Can't All Be Henry." Younger, take that with however you want. Before we get too crazy, we're gonna talk about some stuff and some things. The first to start off, we are unfortunately losing a player to IRL once again. Schedules have conflicted, and it was easier for this player to step away, so we didn't have to worry about other stuff and free up time and all that fun stuff. So unfortunately, uh, the Honey Badger will not be with us from here on out. He might return at some point or come in for other games with better convenient times for him, but for D&D, he's out. So get ready to see the terrible things that happen to Jenny tonight. Um, and with that, we're down a player tonight as well, due to family stuff. So we will not see our bard again this week, unfortunately. And then we might have one more jump in eventually, but probably. Oh no, he's also doing family stuff. So it's just the four of us. Woo! Hardy. Here, let me make this full screen. And then we'll get going from there. Except for there's one more thing that I'm forcing you all to listen to as a first time ever. Surprise, surprise! Come check it out. I'm gonna apologize ahead of time for the cringe. Oh yeah, turn the volume down.
It'd probably be over by now.
There's still
it's
more.
not. It's too long.
All right, that's it.
It starts
Nice.
back up again.
Right, keeps going forever. The whole session is just repeat. That's how you brainwash people. Yeah. So that's our full theme song done in AI voices with beats and all that other fun stuff. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That will probably be the only time we listen to the whole thing on stream again. I might torture the Lancer people with it tomorrow. We'll see. Uh,
It's got a great 90s dance beat to it.
It's yeah, as I said, it's the anime opening is ready. But yeah, we're gonna get it started tonight. Last session was a super heavy combat session, so let's get a quick review and get going while I shove some food in my face. What did we do last time? Someone fill us in.
We defeated the Ogre Queen,
She
a
was a troll,
beholder,
but whatever.
whatever. Troll Queen, Ogre Queen, they're all the same. Just kidding. Troll. Killed Beholder, and there was some other major monster, but it obviously wasn't that major because I can't remember.
All my hard work wasted.
I think I used catapult on the troll queen statue and launched it at a bunch of people.
Yeah, you crushed like 6 guards with one attack. It was great.
It
Oh
was a
yeah,
good
there
battle.
was another big one.
You guys are really proficient at making big things appear out of nowhere and just crushing the people that aren't ready for it. Hashtag whale of death.
Oh, that was great.
Sheesh.
So that's a pro combat move that you guys have acquired. It's an ability you have now. Summon the whale. Anyway, you guys also were able to defeat a whole bunch of guards. And you were able to defeat the 2 siblings that were currently in the palace. Now, what this means for you is you are post-fighting, tired, hurt, in pain from the combat, because it wasn't necessarily easy on a couple of you, looking at you there, Monk, and Grandma Jenny. And you will be moving on from there.
Oh no,
After
Grandma
combat.
Jenny was having a heart attack and she needed to sit down.
No, we're past that plot line. She's already had her 1 heart attack. But you guys can interact with those characters. I will be voicing them tonight, including Rhett. For the short amount of time that they may or may not appear on screen. So, what do you guys do? You've defeated the enemies. You've had maybe 5 minutes of rest to recombobulate and figure out what you're doing. You have your gear. You've picked up some loot, because you guys did pick up some pretty cool loot at the end of last session, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember what loot we picked up.
That's unfortunate. Some of it is very important.
I think that's all on one
Any
of the people that
legendary
isn't
artifact.
here.
If you remember, someone lost an arm. That might be an important thing to talk about.
That's normal in this.
Oh, I lost a hand,
Mhm.
which is normal for
The
gold
play-
thistles. Yeah.
Have an unfortunate habit of having your hands explode. Hey,
Yeah.
why don't you build a brand new character and we won't cut off its hand.
Well, it's kind of a funny trope. But,
It's a family thing. All right.
Yeah.
So Silly's tropes aside, we're gonna push forward a little bit. What would you guys like to do? Again, you're in the middle of the throne room. There's chaos everywhere. Technically, Profi's allowed to be here. The rest of you, on the other hand, you're kind of trespassing. Though after murdering siblings, Profi probably needs to escape. But you did finish off all but 1 guard. So there isn't really anyone left to fight you guys or be upset.
And my
There
2
was
guards
two
that
guards.
No,
that
the second guard ran in to go talk to the siblings and they sliced them into pieces.
Yeah, but then I have my 2
Yeah.
guards that I'm
Yeah.
about to transform.
Oh, sorry, I was not counting those because they are enthralled by you. They are no longer guards, they are gooses following the gander. New nickname acquired, the gander. The grander gander.
Which reminds me.
Uh-oh. You have a level
Fuck.
up. Yeah, we can talk about that really quick before we get too far into it. You want me to pull up what your new powers are as you have converted 2 more followers?
Yeah, well, I actually have to do the converting still. So
Okay, so that leads me.
Yeah.
We'll get that in a second. I'll pull out the book. But in the meantime, for the rest of us, what is the plan? Where do you guys want to go? What do you want to do? how do you want to proceed? Because again, you're in the middle of a bloodbath in the palace, and no one really knows. The guard ran out and was saying that someone came in and goofed everyone up, but you haven't got to that. You haven't seen the after effects. So you guys have some planning to do or what you want to do. So give me ideas.
Fran's just trying to not pass out from bleeding.
Oh, I guess I should probably go up to Fran and give her some healing.
Okay, go ahead and make a medicine check or do a spell, your choice.
I'm gonna do a spell because I've still got stuff in my spell storing ring, so I'll pump you full of 2 different cure wounds real quick. All right, first one is 10 to your healing. Second one is another 10 to your healing.
Dang! You healed the heck out of them.
Oh, I'm not. I'm missing my notes what my hit points were. I'm sorry.
You were, if I remember correctly, you were down to about a quarter hit points.
Quarter? Okay.
Oh, and until you recover your arm in some manner, you're losing a max of 1/12 of your hit points automatically for losing a body part.
Okay. So that puts me. Okay.
And like I said, don't erase it off your character sheet. Just make a little note that your max health is lower than it should be currently.
Right.
Okay. So you heal your friend. What else would you guys like to do? Profi is kind of just standing there over his now stabby stab siblings. You don't really know what he's thinking, but he doesn't look like he's in a good spot.
Hey, the Profi. You good there, bud? Everything okay?
He stares. He doesn't really look like a positive look currently.
Listen, they were about to murder you just as much as as this whole thing was going. Honestly, your whole family's got some really weird things that need to be worked out with therapy.
He continues to be silent.
All right, well, we're either going to stay in here and you're going to tell us the gods that you are king, or we're going to fucking bounce. So pick your poison on this one there.
Okay, so you would like to bounce. Let's see. What did I up last session? That's a real question. You guys will all note that Profi is somewhat more attractive looking.
Can I do an insight?
More confident?
Can I do an insight check as to find out what Profi's current state of mind?
Sure, you can totally do an insight check.
Would I have any prior? Would I have any better chance due to the fact that I've seen you murder your other siblings before?
Sure.
Does that give me a bonus, or does that give me a?
I'll give you a +1.
A +1, you say? I think it should be a plus however many siblings we've murdered.
How many is that? 2 more at this point? 3 more? So it'd be a +3? No +3.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you that right now.
What'd you roll?
+3, and I'm waiting for my device to load, so probably not.
So 3 + 1 plus something else? That's...
No, I got 5 + 3 plus something. I got 8 plus something.
Okay, so yeah. As you look at Profi, he just the 1,000-yard stare doesn't necessarily make sense to you, because if you remember correctly, he hasn't had really any remorseful interactions with his other siblings. And this doesn't even look remorseful, to be honest.
Maybe he's changing as a person. Like he's assimilating parts of their mind into him.
Well, you guys do remember that he did get hit with 2 big old blobs of light after stabbing them, so, something happened. And like I said, he is noticeably more attractive.
Hmm.
Not that he was ugly before, but he's now...
I will nose go to him and say, so what are you thinking you're going to do next? future king of the empire.
What's wrong with that? He looks at you and says, "You mean emperor?"
Yes.
We should probably get going. That guard escaped, and having two of my siblings get murdered, no matter who they were by, is generally going to cause havoc, especially if they had any loyal guards.
Supporters?
Yeah. That might be important. Also, there's that crowd outside that we have to get past. Does anyone have any magic left? And we look over at Rhett, who's been just jamming and not wasting his spell slots in the corner, right?
Yes.
He walks over and he says, "Yeah, I got some." And he looks at his hand, and he's been stung by his stinger on accident. The wasp on his back flutters wildly, and Rhett looks to you and says, "Oh, that's not good," and passes out with the wasp on his back. It immediately starts wrapping him in what looks to be some kind of cocoon.
As in, like,
Oh.
it's going to eat him?
You don't know what it's going to do. It's just wrapping him in some kind of cocoon.
Well, now I kind of want to see what happens.
Bad.
What
Bad
do you mean?
Stinger.
No, stop that. Stinger's doing something for them, and I am intrigued to see what happens.
I
Did you-
kind of want to
I'm
have
listening.
my beholder.
The beholder monster is still technically under your control, so yes, you could make it do something. Also, an important item that you should probably remember about is you have a beholder pet currently.
Yes. I will retain it forever.
Is the beholder a legendary creature?
Yes, this one specifically, because it is a named beholder.
So you might hate me here.
Zombie.
Right, yeah, it's a zombie
But
now.
that's fresh blood though still. So I'm gonna go
Super fresh.
drink it.
Beholder blood?
Yeah, drink the blood of a legendary monster.
It's on the ground.
It's a
Is that
level milestone.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. If you do so, it will die. Haha, it's already dead. I will warn you, it is an undead creature at this point. I think that would affect your ability to drain its blood.
Where it was
I mean,
stabbed on
it's-
the ground.
I had to say, I can just go scoop up some of that blood and go, ooh, that's tasty.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation if you can tell the difference between the beholder blood on the ground and all the other blood on the ground.
You're asking the one with the plus 11 to do.
I'm
investigation.
asking because I expect you to.
29.
Oh my god! All right, yeah, it's easy. Beholder blood is like a whole different color. So you find a small pool of it from where we injured this thing, from the shadows ripping into it or not, that isn't mixed with other things, blood and viscera. And you go over and slurpity slop it as quickly as you can. As you do so, there is a slight issue in your cognitive nature. Please roll a d12.
Fuck yeah. I don't know what this means, but it's fine.
It's
I got 4.
A 4! You hear a voice in your head in seconds. Only you can hear this, but I'm going to do the voice for everyone, because why not?
You fool! You have absorbed my essence and now I am part of you. Prepare to cause more mayhem than you could have possibly imagined. You are now a vessel for me.
And then all they hear is, oh, friend, you've done fucked up. Well, I guess I did, but either way, you're in my head now.
Wonderful. So as you as the voice doesn't say anything else, you might have shut it up for a little bit. The rest of you just heard your friend screech that out loud. That giggling and manicness came out of her seemingly near right after she sucked the blood, shook for a couple seconds, and then those were the first things she said.
I'm not.
Profi's rolling a d12 on that one. He's a little
Fran's not going to
distracted.
judge. Fran's not gonna judge. She's looking for her hand in the blood and viscera on the floor.
Do you want an arm? As I as I rip off one of my, like, I unhook one of my arms. And it's like, I could just take off the hand for you.
Ooh. Literal iron fist.
I look over and say, "Excuse me, friends. We should probably leave before we do any more shenanigans here. Take the beholder, take the bits and pieces that we need to take with us, take our friend who's being cocooned by a thing," which, by the way, Profi rolled like a 6, so he's just like, alright, we're gonna see what happens. Moon Knight is over there just angrily hacking at bodies because he didn't get to finish anyone off because Profi is a jerkhole that just steals kills, which is something along the lines that he is saying currently. To that point, he looks over to the group and says, "I'll deal with some of the guards outside," and marches his way out before us.
I turn to Profi and say, "Do you assume he's going to talk to them?"
No, I'm pretty sure anyone that talks to that man is dead. Hopefully Henry's not out there, because that man's scary. Have you guys ever met Henry?
Who?
Did I do a? I don't remember. Did I? I think my character like knew of him, but didn't like know him.
That's fine. You guys literally all met him when he sent you to the Blue Shrew. Remember, Profi was not there for that. He just got snatched and had a whole conversation with the Manic Wizard Man without you guys there. So you guys weren't privy to the conversations they had, but scary, according to Profi, which is a statement because Profi jumps on dinosaurs for fun because he thinks that's a good idea.
Well, how are we going to announce? We shouldn't run away from the law forever. We should claim our dominance over the empire, the city. Convince them.
We should probably gather our strength.
The old lady's wits, as I point at Grandma Jenny.
She looks to you, and this is the first time you guys have looked at Grandma Jenny in a bit. Ever since you're kind of doing your own things and discovering things, she is enveloped in a white light.
Don't tell me.
Jenny?
She's going to heaven.
No, she's not being assumed. She's not not marrying this up. So as you look back, she looks at you with glowing, flaming eyes, and feathers sprout from where her hair was. She looks over at you. She says, "Friends, I have great news. I have been issued a decree from Squawk directly."
Is
What
it
news
Henry?
is this?
Hopefully it's good news.
Well, for me, I've been promoted. She wants me to go to the abandoned church in the capital here and restart. Unfortunately, what that means for you is I have to take all my stuff and go there. But on a plus note, shortly, I've been guaranteed by the Lord Squawk that I will be in much power near the capital, so you will have a place to stay. Would you like to travel with me to my church and see what it looks like? I am very excited.
I don't think that I should do that. I might burn.
Not in my church,
Inside
friend.
joke.
I wouldn't let my best friend burn in a church. And Squawk thinks you're quite favorable.
Oh, wasn't fine.
It sounds like a get out of jail free card.
Not necessarily. You guys still have to make it past the crowds and all the other things. But Grenadini seems to just walk off, kind of like Moon Knight did, and whatnot. And following closely behind her is the Wasp, holding a cocoon that you assume is still holding Rhett.
Do you know what's happening to the wasp?
Could I
She's-
possibly do some type of nature check?
Sure.
I got a 16.
Okay, 16 total. With your age and whatnot, something pops in the back of your head. Something about wasp in general. Sometimes it has been documented that certain wasps in the desert will wrap up their partners, mates, whatever you want to call it, right? and keep them safe if they are severely injured.
But
I think that wasp is going to fuck red.
What? What did you just
well-
say?
what? Usually he makes the first move, but okay.
A wasp, though? Roby is very concerned
Well,
at the thought.
they wrap up what they consider to be their mate, whenever they've been hurt, and then they protect them. So I mean, I think the wasp thinks that Red is mate.
Better than dinner.
Better than dinner.
Tell that to Rhett. He's gonna have worse.
he's
than
probably
a,
leaving.
he's gonna have worse than a stinger hole. Did you see his hand when he got stabbed by the poker? It went right through.
Oh,
Oh, hopefully it wasn't his strumming hand.
No strumming ham for you, sir. No, he's
Can't
right.
be
Just put
any
the stick in
worse
there.
Can't be any worse than the gold thistles.
Right.
Hey. Well, fair.
for
Look-
losing hands.
Looks down at her missing hand. That's fair.
Is the hand on the ground currently?
Fran was looking for it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation. Sorry, I meant to tell you that earlier.
All good. Oof. Rolled an 11, got a 10.
Woo! -1, baby. Yeah, your hand is nowhere to be found. As you look through, it looks like it is probably in the pile of people and things, and the Troll Queen might have accidentally stepped on it.
Oh. Well,
Actually, at that point, the Troll Queen was gone, so maybe it just being cut off disappeared into the ether. You don't really know.
this is where we find out it was
An
me.
assistance to attempt to help him. Give him the help action so he gets advantage.
It's a little late, but I will allow it.
all right. Nat 1. Didn't do any better.
Wow. Well, I'm glad it was help. So yeah, you don't find anything that's helpful, unfortunately.
Well then.
It's okay. It's a world.
You attempted. It was fine. You tried. So you guys gather your things and start following the now glowing Granny Ginny the Wasp and the Moon Knight. Allegedly, he's long gone though. So as you are following my aunt, uncle, and a weird wasp, we make our way out the front gate, and in front of you is another bloodbath. Standing on the corner, looking menacingly, is a familiar face holding a very long glaive.
It's Fulgash!
Fran doesn't know who Folgash is.
Who is that?
Wait, do either of you not know who? Oh no, it's just me and Marzix. Oh, I guess you wouldn't know because your other character is the one that met Fulgash, huh? Woof. So as I look at my former, I look at my older friend. Fulgash is standing there in his regalia that you guys remember seeing him last in, or at least Profi and Marzix remember him in last. Though he is twisted and torn, and you can see that there are bits and pieces of his face that have been. He looks Frankenstein-esque, like he's been sewn back together, and whatnot. And that's kind of all over his body. There's a whole bunch of bits and pieces that seem to be like shoved together.
So you're saying he looks a lot like a particular other character that was here?
No?
Fulgash, you're kind of looking like Kettle these days.
He says, I might have taken some inspiration from him. You immediately all must make a wisdom saving throw as terror rips through your body.
Oh, even more closely.
At this
Resembling.
Does a 17 do it?
A 17 does save.
Okay.
Hey, look at that wisdom upgrade coming in clutch. I also have a 17. but I have a +7 to save on wisdom, so
Nice.
I got an 18 total.
you're good.
16 plus 5, 21.
Oh, I was like 16. No, you're good. Okay, so as you four feel this urge of panic hit you, you quickly reconcile because he's a hero, he's a good guy, right? Except that you realize that when he said those words, the area kind of filtered in a purpley haze. You've seen these effects before, and looking at you is a very much a danger. You feel threatened. You didn't fail the save, but you know that combat with him will probably not end well. And as he approaches you to make a point or maybe something along those lines, he picks up a child that is squirming on the ground and just decks him with the back end of his pole vault. You know what I mean? He was in the pile with the rest of the people. He doesn't necessarily outright kill him, but he just clocks him. He's done.
Wow, that guy's a fucking asshole.
He says, yeah, you should have seen what I did to his parrots. And his aunts, his uncles, and all the other people protesting. So you will notice that the 100 or 200-ish protesters and guards that were out there are all dead.
Oh, you also caused the havoc with the protesters? Oh,
Yes.
sheesh.
He says,
The heck?
I made a meat grinder.
My boss has told me to take care of the people in the Capitol any way I see fit. And I thought I'd show you what you're going to look like by the end of the day. You have two choices, fight me or run. Make it quickly.
I see. I command my beholder to look at him and fire all of its rays.
You do so!
Beholder.
The worst thing about attacking a fighter with a beholder is that he gives no shenanigans.
Listen, I am walking away from here with my lovely new lackeys.
You're just gonna walk away?
At this point, the DM is telling you that is the correct action.
Yeah, Fran's missing a hand, low on hit points. Run.
Fran's
Really?
missing a hand.
We're gonna run from one guy?
Yeah,
She's
we
no,
don't got Moon Knight.
We do not. Have
She's
to
not-
look, right?
she's not a hero wannabe like her brother. She gonna run.
Oh man. Can I do like a check to see if I don't blast him?
I'll let you roll it
I
on
didn't
even to see if
realize
you
I
actually did it.
Okay. Odd or even? I'll choose odd.
Okay. Do you want to roll it or you want me to?
You can roll it.
Okay.
Odd I attack.
Okay. I'm gonna use a D4 there. Cool.
Yeah.
That is a 4. Roll your attacks.
So-
They might be helpful. You never know.
Okay, I gotta roll D10 3 times and see what I do. I got an 8, I got a 4, and I got a 4, which means I get to roll again.
Yes. Yeah, 'cause you can't fire the same beam twice in the same round.
Okay, 8, 4, 2.
All right, look those up really quick. I assume
So
you have
the
those for 'em.
8 is a petrification ray.
Okay.
He needs to make a DC check,
Okay.
which is dexterity. Then he gets hit with another DC check, which is dex. And then he gets hit with a 16 con check.
Okay.
So 2 dexterity checks and 1 constitution check.
All right. Dex 1. 26.
Oh,
Dex 2. Same exact roll. Dex 3 or Constitution.
yes.
Slightly worse, not much. 16 plus pluses, so 24.
He saves entirely on every account.
Okay, sorry, I rolled really well.
Why couldn't you roll like a 2 or something?
I'm
you know?
using the wrong dice. I need to get my red dice out. I'm using my dice currently. I'm
Jeez,
sorry.
what's worse is those were apparently the best rays I could have done. Because one's a petrification, The other one's a slowing ray, and the other one's a paralyzing ray.
You are 100% correct. And in a blink of an eye, he is in front of the beholder, and you see he is tearing into it with a flurry of attacks. I'm going to cutscene this currently. You were just watching your beholder just get shredded. You can tell it to retreat.
Retreat. Start flying away.
All right. As you yell retreat, the rest of us take that as a command for us as well. And you guys are starting your escape phase. This includes your followers, their vampire queen, and handless maiden. So
Double dash.
double dash. Yeah, so the monk, you're going to have advantage on these runs because you have the ability to basically super speed your way through this. The rest of us are going to have to make regular athletics checks to make sure that Fulgash does not catch up to us and murder us. So, for those of you that have followers, the Beholder, and do you have any zombies still alive? No.
I don't believe so.
Okay, just the Beholder. Cool. And then, obviously, your followers. They're going to be rolling straight 20s on these checks. You guys will get to add your athletics, and then we'll see who gets caught and whatnot.
Would I be able to oh gosh, this is gonna be a rough one. Trying to figure out the spell that I'd be able to give that would it be freedom of movement?
Fair movement works really well because it stops any difficult terrain.
Paralyzations and restrained. Also, difficult terrain doesn't have anything, but I have a couple other spells like Expeditious Retreat, which makes it so difficult terrain doesn't do anything,
Bonus action dash too, right?
and bonus action
Yes.
dash.
Double dash.
I don't know how upcasting. So would upcasting allow me to add more people to it?
So generally no, but that's one of those ones where like it should, so I'm gonna allow it.
Okay. So I'm gonna do
What's
Expeditious
side
Retreat.
question? Sorry. What's the component cost for it? Is there anything special?
No, it's just a concentration.
Can all my friends touch me?
Right now?
Yes, right now.
Whoa.
Well, you know, inappropriate comments aside, I'll let it happen.
If you all touch me, we can just go to the Shadow Realm.
I was just gonna
That would be safer by far. So would you like to take a round to see if Fulgash gets in and makes any attacks against y'all and then teleport to the Shadow Realm, or run for it like it was suggested? I will allow you to be like, touch me, instead of run on your command from earlier, because you are smart enough to know what would have been a better tactical decision.
We shouldn't separate, but
We would all go together.
You know what? If we're gonna do that, what I am going to do in that case is I'm gonna do Luke's Resilience Spear. It can cast it on one creature within 30 feet of me, and it's just gonna trap the fucker in a sphere that is indestructible
As long
for
as, yeah,
1 minute.
Yep. It's a really good spell. I like it. It's fourth level.
So
right?
I'm gonna snap my fingers and do that to the guy that's trying to chase us, and I'm gonna get all my lackeys and whatnot to touch on the Marzek, and we're gonna go to the Shadow Realm.
Perfect. That's
Yeah.
actually probably the best possible choice. Is there any kind of saves for being trapped in the spell? I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked
There
at it.
is no saves. It is
Okay.
just like, oh, and now they're inside the circle.
Okay, so for the next minute, Fulgash is going to use everything he can to break out of the circle, but because of the wording on the spell, it is literally unbreakable from the inside or the out. So he looks like one of those monkeys from Ape Attack, or Ape Escape, whatever that video game is. And he's just coming at you full speed with the indestructible shield. But it doesn't really hurt people when you run into it. You kind of just, it continues doing this. He looks the angriest you've ever seen him, ever.
Or just like, well, sir, I don't really know what you're doing here, and I know you can't hear me through that, but remember, Always wipe.
We're taking your advice to leave. Goodbye. Instantaneously teleport us all using my plane ships.
All right, you use your plane shift spell. Now, again, what's the component cost on that one?
My no cost, just
Okay, gotcha. So as you cast the planar shift, and your beholder, yourself, myself, Lawrence, and Freya's character, and Freya's 2 lackeys are all touching you, you teleport us to the realm of shadows. Oh, and the wasp. Don't forget the wasp. Just kidding. The wasp and Grandma Jenny and Moon Knight don't seem to be there, which might be concerning for some of you. So wasp aside, all of you teleport to the Shadow Realms. Younger, would you describe where you teleported us in the Shadow Realms? What does the Shadow Realms look like when we open our eyes? For those of us with dark vision, it grants you no added bonuses here. You're as blind as the rest of us.
Yep. So basically, as we go and reappear into the Shadow Realm, it's not a direct reflection necessarily of what was there on the material plane. I don't think it actually specifies where exactly you go in the Shadow Realm. You target destination in general terms. So I would probably say, like, go to the Shadow Realm, near where my, patron lies.
Uh-huh.
Not immediately inside of it, of course, because that would be bad. But here. And then it's near there. It is, everything is either pitch black or dim light.
Actually, before we get too much farther, I gotta ask, how many times can you cast this spell a day?
Once.
Okay, so you cast it at the Blue Shrew, which was technically the same day so far.
Then I cannot cast it again.
Okay, retcon all the things.
Run.
Okay.
So are we running?
Yeah, I would still do that little bubble shield thing because that's actually super helpful. Like, he can still move freely, but it stops him from taking swings at people for the first couple seconds.
Well, for 10 rounds. So
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So he ape escaping behind us as we are running for our lives.
Yep.
Run.
I summon
All right.
Dixie's hand.
You can do whatever you want, friend.
Spear.
Sorry.
Yeah, I throw it really, really, really
Wait.
far.
Marzex weighs nothing, right? Pretty much nothing.
You're just gonna grab his spine like he's a suitcase and run him.
Yeah. If Marzex
I
allows it.
literally weigh 60 pounds with all my gear.
Oh, yeah. Fran's a minimalist. She barely carried anything that's of any weight at all. She's gonna grab Marzex and double dash away.
I just want everyone to visualize really quick. You just see this one-handed monk grab the skeleton man one-handed and just zoom. They got a beholder flying in as fast as it can behind them, just like, I don't have legs. Wait. I got another sound for this. Hold up. Maybe. Be really sad if I can't find it now. There it is.
Wait for me, I got little legs.
That's the undead beholder behind you guys, just waddling as fast as its non-existent legs will take it. So it's hovering behind you guys at a regular speed. So, like I said before, we're gonna need some rolls to see how fast you can escape Fulgash. So how this is gonna work is real simple. You guys will get to roll at athletics checks against his, and anytime you get beat, you get a step closer. If you get 3 steps away, you've escaped. If you get 2 steps behind, right? If he beats you twice, he's caught up to you. So, you're also rolling for all your minions. And if we escape on different rounds, we will be quote unquote split up.
Okay.
So just so you guys are all clear and that all makes sense, and how it's going to work with the story for later. So, who's first? Who wants to go first?
Roll initiative.
Yeah, roll initiative. That'll work. It's like combat, but no combat.
I got 20.
You're going very first. I rolled
22.
You're not going first anymore. Sorry. I have
Sorry.
I got
total of
It's fine. I don't care.
Younger what?
11.
11. Good thing you're being held by the monk. So, Younger, since you are being held by the monk, you will have a extra opportunity of being able to cast spells while you're being ran around.
If only I had selected the ones to push people back further.
You know, oh yeah, you can't even hurt him because he's in an invincibility sphere. Never mind, you won't need. No, so there's still environment to interact with though. So if you think of, hey, I want to shoot at something, be descriptive, and I'll tell you if you can do it or not.
Okay.
I do have a question for you.
I have an answer.
So are we? How wide is this space that we're running in?
So you guys are going from a very wide staircase to narrow streets.
Okay, so how wide? Like 5 feet?
I'd say for
Are we
most.
going back alley?
So that will depend on when you're running, because the back alleys are like 5 feet, maybe 10 feet. The normal roads are about 20.
Okay.
And the big roads, which you guys will be starting on, are like 40. As the stuff leading to the palace is probably pretty big, and then as you split off, it gets smaller.
Gotcha.
Can you shoot the spells through his sphere?
No.
Dang it.
It is the only spell that can do anything to that is Disintegrate and Wish. Disintegrate destroys it completely, and Wish is just Disintegrate.
Wish is casting Disintegrate without burning spell components.
Yeah,
Yay.
so-
I have a spell I can cast.
More to kind of match.
Who's the slowest party member?
That's a good question. It's definitely not
The
Freya.
Beholder?
It's
I think
probably-
it's you.
It's you or your beholder, yeah. My speed, I have a normal 30 for my speed, so I'm as fast as the beholder. But I can use I have cunning action, so I can sprint as a bonus action.
Yeah, you can double dash.
Yeah,
Without any key points.
without any key points. But you got to remember, you can only double dash as many times as you have Constitution points. So that's the advantage of having key points, is you can keep pulling off that reserve. Whereas I have like 3 sprints and then I got to rest.
Right on.
First action.
Okay, the beholder is now 60 feet per round, very fast. Again, if this wasn't full gash, we'd probably be able to outrun just about anything. Unfortunately, since it is full gash, we're gonna have issues. All right, so you guys are sprinting at full speed down the street, trying to get away from him. I need rolls. Roll it in your initiative order. Your minions will go on your number. So,
Gotcha.
beholder will go last. Monk, you're first, followed by Freya, then myself, and then beholder / the Marzex who is getting carried.
All right. You said athletics?
Yes. All right, one second. Let me pull out another D20 to give you guys a chance.
I rolled 22.
Okay. Let's see.
So my current speed is 220 right now.
Wow. Okay, so like I said, you will have advantage on this because of how fast you can actually run.
Oh, I'll roll to see if I rolled any better then.
Yeah.
Yeah, nope, that's a nope on that one. So yeah, 22.
So, you would not move away a step, but because of how fast your character is running and comparatively to how fast Full Gash can run, you will get an automatic free square. He doesn't keep up with you, but he does move pretty fast. If you guys were running the same speed, he'd be right behind you. Next.
Alrighty. I've got to make sure I have that.
You
character
and
sheet
all
open.
your friends. Dooba dooby.
Athletic. Athletic. Oh no. I got a 5 for my athletic.
Oh no!
Uh,
Oh no, baby!
Don't
Oh.
like this.
gosh. All right, one of my vampire spawns got a 23 total.
Good, good. Is that the highest?
Yeah,
Well, so everyone's individualized, so I need all their.
yeah. The other one was a 7, so
That's a fail.
and then me at a 5. So
That is also a fail. Okay, so you and one of your followers are one step behind, and the other one takes one step forward. He is much faster than you for some reason. He says, "I know how to run." You haven't turned to me yet though, so he's technically still just a regular guard,
just a dude.
just
Gotcha.
a dude. All right. Next, Lawrence holding the skeleton, or mummy, I should say.
Oh, is it Marzek's go? Yeah.
No, it's your go. No, you were
Again,
first. Sorry,
already?
it's my turn. I don't know.
Oh.
Don't mind me. Sorry, I'm over here shit talkery. All right, come on, roll. 16 good. What's my athletics? I would like to use my acrobatics. Unfortunately, that is not an option currently. I am going to burn one of my last 2 mental die to roll a d8 to add to my number. I'll take a 7. So 7 plus 16 plus 2, so 25.
Nice.
Marzex, roll for your beholder.
Before my beholder goes, can I Oh no, I can't cast that other spell. Dang it. Okay. I don't know what a beholder plus is. I got a 14 for the beholder.
Okay.
He's also like double speed, so
Yeah, well, so I'm assuming you guys are sprinting as fast as you can.
yes, but he's got the spell on him.
Right.
Does that mean that he has advantage on the running away?
I'll give it to him.
Yes.
The holders have like a 10 strength, I think.
Well, I would be using whatever is the highest.
Like
Not much higher, but I got a 16 plus its pluses. So I'm gonna look at Beholder Zombie.
Beholder Zombie. Yeah, the zombie part's what's gonna get you. Because I think they do actually decrease their speed slightly. So I'm going to assume
Same speed.
Same speed.
But they well, Beholders only move at a speed of 20, anyways.
Slow. So that means his actual speed is 40. So that means for this first round, since he can't go at least 60 via sprinting, he's automatically going to fail one.
No.
He is just kind of floating around.
He
Like a
can
butterfly.
fly, so he can fly up.
Okay. Would you like to fly up this round?
Yes.
You automatically fail the escape checks, but since you can fly, you quickly get out of the reach of the enemy, or so you assume. For now, because he has 10 rounds of being stuck in a bubble. If you had tried this any other time, he'd be beholder soup currently. So go ahead and pull your beholder out of combat as it flies away. Does it have to stay within range of you though?
No, it doesn't have to stay in range of me.
Okay. So do you give it any mental commands to like meet you at a place or do something like that? So you know where it is in the future.
City, but try to hide from the guy in the bubble ball. The best of your abilities.
Okay.
It has a really. It has a 9 passive.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your next rounds for your peeps, starting with Full Gash, and then starting with our monk carrying our friend. Ooh.
It's going to be a rough one to try to beat.
I don't think you technically can beat this.
Let's see. 26.
26?
Yes.
Okay. Again, because of your thing, you would have failed. But because of your, I'm running at 240 feet per second. You stay where you are at, or at least in the thing. So it still means you're at a +1.
Okay.
So
Yes.
before it gets to my turn, I want to use my reaction.
Okay.
My reaction forces a creature that I choose to make a strength saving throw against my spell DC of 18.
Okay.
And if they fail, they get pulled 25 feet in the direction that I chose the spell to have taken place from.
Okay.
Now that is within 30 feet of me. So as far back past him as it can go, since I'm closer to him than everybody else, I'm going to have this pull him that way from with inside the bubble. Just
Now, can he be affected by this spell? Because he is in the bubble.
I mean, it's more just the thing that I'm choosing. So, like, the bubble would be the thing. So, thruh.
Right, but isn't the bubble itself doesn't care about force movement?
I don't entirely
There's-
remember. Let me
push the bubble.
see.
I know
Essentially,
he
it's-
can push the bubble on the inside. That's why he's doing the ape escape thing. But I don't know about outside effects.
let's,
Push the bubble.
so it can't. So what it says is it cannot go through the bubble. It does not mean it cannot affect the bubble. It cannot, like, the bubble cannot be destroyed unless disintegrate, but it would still be able to affect the bubble as movement because it's not actively damaging it or anything like that. At least that's what I'm reading from this.
Yep, I'm rereading it to make sure I agree, but that sounds correct. Oh, so it definitely had a save, by the way.
It did? I didn't see that in my thing.
A sphere of shimmering force encloses a creature or object of large size or smaller within its range. An unwilling creature must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is enclosed for the duration. Nothing, not physical objects, energy, or other spell effects, may pass through the barrier, in or out. Though the creature in the sphere can breathe there, the sphere is immune to all damage, and creatures or objects inside cannot be damaged by attacks or effects originating from outside. Nor can
Gotcha.
it. Sorry. Nor can a creature inside the sphere damage anything outside it, blah, blah, blah. The sphere is weightless and just large enough to contain the creature and the object inside. An enclosed creature can use its action to push up against the sphere's walls, thus rolling the sphere up half the creature's speed. Similarly, whatever, the globe can be picked up and moved by another creature. A disintegrate spell targeting the globe destroys it without harming anything inside it. So yes, your spells can affect it, but I also forgot the important part is it cuts the character's speed in half.
Woo!
So that's really important because that means the fastest he can go is 30. Which means Fran escaped with the wizard the first round. Just zooped away because she has 3 times as fast. Those of us that failed only failed no levels, right? You stuck even with them. And those that succeeded got double.
Gotcha.
Which was your guard person
Yep.
and me after my pluses. So we're at 2 + 2 + 2, and you're at 0 and not -1 with your ally.
Okay.
So, because you can technically outsprint him currently.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that being said, yes, you can use your force to yeet the bubble, and pull him back against the direction of the current or whatever you want to call it. It still needs to make a save of sorts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I need
Just-
to. I'm going to
Make-
allow that he failed the first save because you caught him unaware. He had never seen you cast that spell before. Yada
He
yada.
was
you
fighting three other saves at the exact same time.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna allow it to go through because reasons.
Okay.
But in future, don't forget. And then. Sorry. Oh, his save for this. Right. Even with his plus is 23.
Yeah. That's gonna make it through. That's It was a 18 save. So oh well.
Okay. So he pushes through your spell as if it's not there.
All right. So now it's time to do the athletics.
Regular rolls. Yep. And again, because he's slowed for the entire duration, you basically just have to not critically fail to escape eventually. It's
10.
You're asking for a lot, DM.
Okay, you gotta succeed a few times in this next minute. Is all I'm saying. All right, so you roll.
I'm not athletic. I am.
Roll it.
I
You know
am
how many
dexterous.
rolls
I got
What does
another
that-
10. Me and this dude are back or going back. We're essentially just arm in arm skipping away. So
It's so
Um,
serious that you guys are just like bunny hopping through the city, just. I mean, in reality, you guys are running full speed, right, as fast as humanly possible, but you just look so slow.
yeah,
Especially
well, I
because
mean,
Rocket Raccoon on the corner there just took off with the skeleton at Mach 3.
Pew!
yeah,
And
yeah.
Profi over there just I ain't playing this game. Not today.
All right.
Alright, speaking of Profi, it's his turn.
Oh, and the other one I got a 17.
Okay, so also a fail.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I
If-
said, I don't think any of us are succeeding this round.
Okay.
If I hand, well, I can't hand Marzex anything. Never mind him. I have Marzex in my only free hand.
Correct. Okay, so even with my plus 17 and all this other stuff, I don't think it's worth burning my last. Oh, look at how cute he is. It's not worth burning my last bit. Because again, the roll I'm rolling against is ridiculous. So, I'm gonna cry silently to myself and fail again as an advantage. We don't lose anything because he is.
Use a
Slow.
luck point.
I get a crit to succeed against what he rolled, so it's not worth it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you don't. I have one more flash of genius. I could get you out of there.
I mean, I can. Yeah, I guess technically, if I rolled really well on my mental die and you gave me Flash of Genius, it could work. But nah, just hold off. Wait for next round. There'll be more choices. All right.
We need bardic inspiration.
Yes, right. So jumping down to the Beholder, who is flying away. Go ahead and make a stealth check this round.
Fly me away. Wow! I got a 17 minus 1. So 16.
The
Plus,
Beholder.
and advantage.
The undead beholder is excessively well camouflaged for an urban environment. I don't know
You don't know
why,
any better.
but they are. All right, top of the order, back to Fulgesh, and you guys. You can try and cast a spell again. Oh, actually, you shouldn't cast a spell again because it costs you a reaction. So, that's still not great, but we can succeed at least. It's
I would
possible.
cast spells. I believe I'm too far away from the enemy.
Yeah, you're out of range for most of your spells. Again, you and Freya have ducked down an alley and are dipping, potato chipping. It's very obvious
Right.
that he's chasing
Not
after
me.
Profi.
Oh, well, I can. Wait, it's not my turn.
Yeah, you guys are out of combat. Don't worry about it. All right, so
Okay.
you and
the-
your followers, and then me.
All right. Okay. My followers got an 18. I got a 22.
Okay. You should inspire yourself. What about your other follower?
Okay, so I got a nat 20,
Oh, and now okay, you're good.
leading to a 22. So both of my followers got 18s.
Okay, you might want to inspire. No, actually, it's not worth inspiring them. So both of them fail. One of them sticks at a +2. The other one sticks at a 0. You critically succeeded, which means you automatically succeed no matter what he rolled. You get a +1.
Woo! Fuck me.
If you keep going slow enough.
Honestly, could I make an argument for acrobatics?
So you don't necessarily have to make an argument, but you can make a description that explains you using acrobatics. Because right now your description is you are running full tilt away from him. You can tell me you're doing something different. At the moment, all of us are doing are just running.
Awesome. I, being a Dampier, can just fucking run on walls, so I'm gonna do some acrobatics bullshit of like jumping up, then running up a wall, and then continuing along, and then going up on a roof, and then fucking off, essentially, keeping an eye on my followers. They're
Okay.
like, hey, this is the place we're meeting up at the Squawk Church.
Okay, I gotta make my roll to see if I move any forward. Excuse me.
Safe.
No, my athletics is trash. I'm actually gonna fail this, so I'll stay at the same rate. I'm not gonna burn anything. Because you guys gotta remember, I don't have any luck points left. I used them all for the combat that we were in, and I have 1 mental juice die left after using it on the first round. So
Do better.
I'm trying. All right, top of the order, Full Gash. Okay, well, it's passable. I'll say that.
Okay.
Not by me without a critical, but for you maybe.
All right. Both my buddies one got a 16, the other one got a 15, and then
Okay.
me doing my acrobatics got a 22.
22. Yeah, nope. Everyone fails, so no one moves forward at all. I'm really glad you
Wow.
put this fear on him because we would have died a long time
Yeah.
ago. Just saying, all 3 of us are just rough time. All right, Profi for this round. Yeah, even with my plus is not even close. So you switch to athletics, right, or acrobatics?
Or acrobatics, yeah.
Okay, so this next round, after Profi sees you like take off and start climbing and being crazy, he goes light bulb, ba-ding. And I too will start climbing one of the nearby buildings to try to make my escape, and hope that he runs after those guards and doesn't chase me up the tower. So, what that will mean is I'll get to use my acrobatics, which is much better, but I will have disadvantage because I basically will stop running so I can climb. So, the next round starts. Full Gash, here he goes. Wow, what a roll! Alright, if you don't pass this, I giggle at you incessantly. Next, you and your peeps. I assume you are
Alright,
still
well-
climbing and being vampiresque.
I am.
Okay,
I am
please-
indeed.
Please do so. Be the spider on the wall.
All right. I got a 13. And then my guys got a 15 and a 12.
Hey, we got a subscriber.
Yay!
Everyone thought.
Desky the
We caught
Dino
us a-
Puncher is now a follower. Hello!
Hey, he got it.
Did we succeed?
That's quite the statement. You might want to burn your last thing on one of the 3 of you.
I'll burn it on the other guy that is also moving quickly.
Okay, so he succeeds, the rest of you fail. And he is able to escape. He will join up with you later, you assume, because he is still enthralled by your magic.
Yes.
So, top of the order. Oh no, sorry, Profi. Getting Profi over here like, I can do this. I can actually do this because I'm climbing, baby. Alright, first roll, not great. Second roll, way better. Unfortunately, I had to use that first roll. And yeah, I failed terribly. No change in movement. Next,
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Since my beholder just started going like this and it's only like 40 feet away, or sorry, like 80 feet away, did Full Gash, I'm assuming, is like running this way? Does that mean he's actually really far away from where Full Gash is right now?
Yeah. It's like he didn't care about the beholder after it started flying up. He is very much concentrated on the people that are running.
Not to say, if
Check.
anything, I would understand if he'd look at me and be like, "You fucker, putting me in a hamster ball." What is it? Your mother smelled like elderberries or something? I don't know.
So, as you're running, you hear... Maybe. For a second, if I can find it. Through the thing, BT dubs.
You insignificant fuck!
As the ball is chasing behind you rapidly.
It's just, and you are just some random assholes that says you're friends and then you're not friends and now you're purple. Get a better color.
get a better color. Nice. I like that. It's good.
Come on out, Lawrence.
I can't see what Dusky's saying.
There's purple on the screen.
Hey, listen. All right, I'm nothing but purple.
One of our colors of the business is purple. Just
Purple's my
Peyton.
favorite color. So, is it my turn to tell you the stuff, the rolls I got?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a 20. Now it's time for my other buddy. Other buddy got a 14. I got a natural 20.
Another one. You're gonna need it. Yeah, so your buddy fails terribly, but you automatically succeed. So you're now at a plus
2
2. Okay.
or 3.
The 2 or 3. Because you passed one naturally, and you critically succeeded, and then you just succeeded again. That's 3. You're out of there.
Okay.
Your vampirism pays off, and you kind of think you lose him only because a cart flies in front of you in between the two of you. You can see Fulgash rip it to shreds almost instantaneously. It's almost atomized in a second. You see a shadowy set of other arms and weapons appear out of the carnage that is ripping apart the thing in front of you. And those bits and pieces of his flesh that were what looked to be sewed on are actually containing other bits and pieces of his personages as they rip through this thing. And the last thing that you see before you think you escape is him tearing apart the people that were standing in the way. They weren't doing anything wrong, but they are no longer of this earth.
My only question is did we briefly hear somebody scream, "My cabbages"?
No, but you might have heard my children.
Do you want me to roll one more time for that vampiric spawn?
Yes, please.
I got a 17. For
I can't believe that's not a you have.
So I think you might want to consider what you just saw and what it means.
He's outside. How did you do that through the bubble? Did he disintegrate the bubble? Did he just pop the bubble?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bueno.
You just saw him. You just saw him disintegrate a cart.
Oh, poor buddy. He's dead.
So, Profi, who's still trying to climb up buildings and run away from Fulgash, as Fulgash is chasing not only the French vampire but the French vampire's followers. French vampire's followers, make a roll. Wow. Okay. I believe in you.
All right. Let's see, you followers. I believe in you. That is a 14.
Okay, a 14. And you're not around to inspire him anymore. That's high tier unfortunate.
Yep.
So that means he fails another one, which means he's at a -1 because he didn't get that original -1. So he is still running for his life. Profi, on the other hand, succeeds and is scurrying up the building. Yeah, I'm at a +2. So the final round, hopefully, for somebody. Fulgash's roll. Awesome. Your turn.
15.
Oof. Alright, even with my fun acrobatics pluses, I'm going to burn my last mental die, because I need it. A max die is good for me. I'm out! Unfortunately for your follower, he looks and sees nothing but death behind him. Kind of like the cart that just exploded shortly thereafterwards.
Good luck, Gary.
He,
Gary's like, what?
he's having a bad day. The last words out of his mouth are,
I'm going to die.
So, cutscene your follower getting torn to shreds by the angry Fulgash. You guys in the distance hear him roaring almost as if he is standing next to you. Again, the feeling of terror is quite evident amongst the party. You guys reconvene at a local meetup that you had discussed earlier which happens to be where you guys are staying. Hey, another follow. Excuse me.
I don't think we're
sir.
staying there anymore. If Fulgash is just gonna murder people in the city all night.
That's basically what he's doing. He is not doing nice things. The guards have been issued and are trying to deal with him, but they are not succeeding. As you know,
Shouldn't
There's-
we run to the protection of the almighty squad?
that might be the right decision. You guys have re-met with all your peeps that are still alive. At where you were staying at previously. You do know where the church is supposedly at. But there is a random Fulgash running around the town ripping people to shreds looking for you. So,
I warn all of the people that to not go that way.
so you're getting carried
Time to leave
one-handed
town.
away.
If you want to
No.
leave, you ought to leave.
All right.
If you want to live, you want to leave.
The crazy mummy being toted around by a young maiden.
Can I roll
It's the
persuasion?
reverse.
You don't have to roll persuasion. You are convincing enough that where the mummy lord is going, don't go that way, people are dying. They listen. Average intelligence people are going to go, okay, sounds good. Yeah.
Because I got a +9 to persuasion.
Yeah,
It's
you
like-
don't need it.
It's like Cheryl, the mummy guy's back again. He's saying we gotta run. And Cheryl's just like, what is it, Peter? We're running? The mummy guy? Oh, great. We just moved from the other town.
That's terrible. So, you guys are considered safe currently. You can take this time to try and rest here if you feel confident in resting, or you can try going to the Church of Squawk in town and see if it's safe there. You will know that for those of you that have lived in the capital most of your life, there isn't an official Temple of Squawk at the capital. He's a recognized deity here, but he didn't have his own temple, because that was one of the things a long time ago. Is they removed any specific deity-esque temples.
Can I roll a history check to see if I can find some old remnant place where it would be held? / maybe secret tunnel from my Empire escapades.
So I would roll for the secret tunnel as more likely than anything else. You guys all have a strong feeling in the back of your head telling you where this church is at.
We have a feeling in the back of our head where it is.
Yes, you if you were to try and walk there, you think your feet would carry you the right direction.
That's really weird. Okay, I'll trust you. Strange mind thing. I hope it's not demon possessed or something. Okay, I'm rolling my big die and my little die.
Hey, well, you're rolling big die and little die. Can I show off our brand new product that just came in today?
Yes, you
Look at
can.
that segue.
Wow, I guess it is destiny.
Nice.
I got 15 because I got a 13 on both of my dice.
Okay, destiny it is. So as you look around the temple, you don't think for underground passageways. There's nothing that really leads to this spot where you think the stuff is. So you can't see it super well on the camera, but they're actually semi-translucent, and we have a whole bunch of them. So we have about 26 new colors of dice of various little tiny dice. We're doing tiny dice. So if anyone's seen our acrylic stuff in person, there's some that look like that, but we have all kinds of cool stuff in colors and things now. We're selling them for $10 a set at this point. We're still doing our buy two get one free, so you can get all the mini dice your heart desires. Some of them look like little gems, and that's super exciting. Speaking of little gems, well, I'm talking about stuff. For those of you that are excited in our handy dandy treasure chest that's been at the last couple, I mean, that looks so cool. Yeah, there's the size difference. There's that size, the little one, compared to the big one. For those of you that have been excited about our treasure chest and rings that we've been bringing around to our events, we picked up some other things to throw in the treasure chest. So our hoard grows. Oh, I can't see nothing with my face in the way. But we got a whole bunch of gems to throw in there of various colors and things. And you can buy or win them depending on how you do at your games. Wah ha ha ha. Yes, sorry. Paid advertising over.
Okay.
So as you are, wait, say that again. Sorry.
I got 18 because I got 2 13s and I got +5.
Okay, so 18 total for yeah. So like I said, you're not finding any special tunnels that lead to where you think this goes. At least none that you remember.
Can I
Uh,
try? No.
I mean, you can,
What are they?
but it's not like Marzix is being unreasonable. He just doesn't remember it.
I think I can clear a pretty decent gap jumping. What's the spacing between the buildings?
What are you jumping for?
Like from building to building above, trying to like avoid the street, if possible.
So, with you being a monk, you could literally just step of the wind for a couple minutes and run for a couple minutes through town, jumping and leaping across the buildings. So I don't think it's outside the realm of your possibility to do that. I just don't think it is necessary because as you are running around, you know, being on the top of the buildings, jumping is going to be way more. There's someone up there than whatnot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you are dealing with an experienced fighter who is going to be on the lookout.
Oh yeah.
So,
That,
you guys have a choice. You can stay here and figure out what you want to do next, or you can head to the church. Both have their possibilities of death and destruction.
Believe we should keep on running.
So I
Even
did.
though we only have one spell.
Listening, one spell.
That's all I have.
So I do have a thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to see if possibly I would remember any old sort of hideouts or anything like that. Because me being one of making magic items, people would probably come to me and be like, "Hey, meet me at this location in some hidden area or something like that," right?
Okay, you can make that check. I will allow it because it is slightly different than the hidden paths. But
Cool.
even if you do have one, I will preference this. That doesn't negate the possibility of getting found on the way to it.
That's fine. All right.
And let's see if you remember. Roll it. How good's your memory?
I'd say pretty damn good.
Pretty
With
damn good.
I
Yeah.
got Van Gogh.
I need you to.
This seems really fucking shady, but I shit you not. I got a 31, which means I had to have gotten a natural 20 to get that high.
That dice app got you covered.
Is that? Yeah, what do you dice at?
I'm using Foundry because Foundry I'm able to like import stuff for my character sheet. It makes it a lot easier.
He's over here like every fifth roll needs to critical. Thank you. Click, 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 click. Here we go. All right, so Ashwee, younger over here in the corner, he has the plans. This is how we make rigged dice without rigged dice. Foundry. So,
well, this is just retribution for the last game I played because my last session I wasn't the DM for, and I got 5 nat 1s in a row.
I've never done that. I just did that in my first time ever, and I got 4.
That's a time for you to die. You need to restart. That's a cursed character. You roll 3 times in a row for me. That's literally a dead character. You don't even have to be in combat. You're over here trying to tame snakes and Dunzo. They eat you alive. Anyway, so what's your roll? Natural 20? Yeah. So you know about 6 locations in this area of the capital that you would consider safe, especially from the street.
Cool. So there's a couple of different places we can go. And you, friend, and I'm just gonna rip into my rip into my thumb and just be like, "Hey, drink up, let's go."
The follower proceeds with haste, which activates the stuff in the thing. You actually might have 2 levels because the whole legendary thingamaboppers. talk about that really quick. It's not gonna feel good. I can almost guarantee that one.
Nope.
Feels great. Behold, it's all in the eyes of the beholder. They say, ha 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 ha.
As the beholder standing right there, like that's not
Now
for
I
me.
can't go out during the day.
Yeah. All right. This is Aberrant Horror. We're getting close. Sorry. I always lose the page of the vampire stuff. It's on.
Oh, actually, no. Now I can't deal with. I can't end my turn in running water.
Guaranteed.
And then I gain superior dark vision. Oh no, and also I can't end my turn in sunlight because at the start of my next turn I take a D10 of radiant damage.
So I mean, you can.
I think you
just gotta
should get
burn a
something
little
based
bit.
off of the blood kiss beholder. That would be cool.
Oh,
We're close. Sorry. Note to
Like
the
the
group: the
dark-
vampire page is like the last one, not the first one.
it is.
So, let's see here. As your vampiric blood courses through you much stronger than it had before, you get stuff and things. So, sorry, I'm trying to remember how you gain your points. Here we go. The following are examples of possible level milestones. So all this is milestone levelage, BT dubs. So
Yep.
level 1 will establish a coven of vampire spawn, which you technically just did by getting your second vampire spawn, right? Because a coven is at least 3 or more.
Yep.
Second, drink the blood of a legendary monster, which you also just did. There's also learn the great secrets from a vampirium from a vampire lord, so you'd have to find a living vampire lord for that. Learn to enhance your hideous form and lose the ability to conceal it, or discover lost crypts of ancient vampires and consume their essence or its essence. Also, now that you are technically a vampire doing the vampiric route, you have to worry about feeding, which was not something you had to do as a Dhampir. It just helped you do stuff. Now you have to feed on living things. You cannot consume stuff that is undead. So no more sucking up the sippy sips from the undead beholder. So if we look at our chart here, you gain from level 1 Blood Flurry in an undead form, which you already had. And then the Sanguine Curse, which is you have to drink blood every bit before whatnot. Level 2, you get to choose one boon and gain the Flaw. So your 3 choices are Dread Knight Combat Training, Sanguine Magic, or Shapeshifter, and then you gain a hideous appearance.
Yep.
So, with that, which one of the boons would you like to pick up for your second level?
I'm going to be grabbing the Dread Knight Combat.
All right, Dread Knight Combat. You become trained in the martial ways of the Dread Knight. As a bonus action, you may enter or exit or change combat stance. While in combat stance, you gain the following features of that stance. Offensive. While in this stance, you deal additional amount of damage with your melee weapons equal to the number of Fury points you have currently possessed, which was in level 1, which I will explain in a second because I skipped it. Defensive, while you're in the stance, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to half the number of Fury points currently in your possession. Accuracy, while in this stance, your bonus to hit with your weapon equals half of the number of Fury points that you currently possess. Additionally, you may use your dexterity instead of strength for the attack damage rolls of any melee weapon that uses the slashing type damage. So it does not even need to be finesse anymore, it just needs to be slashing. And your flaw, hideous appearance. Your appearance is so greatly altered from its original features. The first signs were the fangs that started protruding from your upper row of teeth. You have no reflection in mirrors now, or your reflection in reflective surfaces with dry, pale skin and occasional burns from the sun. You can hide your true appearance by concentrating on your pre-vampirism appearance. However, the following situations can reveal your true appearance. So that means if you want to look like you do currently, you have to hold your concentration. So no casting spells with concentration, yada yada. Concentrating on a spell obviously breaks it. Gaining the unconscious condition. Entering hollowed ground, which we are going to enter shortly. Taking damage from being exposed to sunlight or free flowing water. Choosing to reveal your true form. In the events of extreme emotional and physical stress, the GM may call for a Constitution saving throw, DC blah blah blah. I can basically say you're no longer yada yada. All right, back to level 1 really quick.
Fury points is I get 4.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see what else. Yep, you get 4 at this point, and it levels up as you level up. And you can spend them to do a couple different actions. Do you want me to read those off or no?
I mean, what's it? I got Fang Bite. I'm able to do Calculated Strike, Vampiric Mist, so I can just teleport and I'm out of there under the reflexes.
Yep.
And
Deathly Horror. All right, and then your undead form, your dexterity score increased by 2, and your charisma score increased by 1. The ability score cannot be increased beyond 16 in this way. Your creature type shape changes to undead. Spells and abilities that state or condition specifically regarding undead to their specific CR have no effect on you. If the spell ability other than your own would cause you to gain hit points, you gain as many temporary hit points instead. If you're reduced to 0 hit points and fall unconscious as a result, any healing you receive will stabilize you and leave you on 1 hit point and unconscious. Furthermore, you cannot die from old age and do not require air, food, or drink, besides obviously the feeding that you have to do at least once a week.
Mm-hmm.
Along with the don't stop in running water, don't stand in the sun. So, as your transformation occurs and you gain rapidly an ugly figure and 2 forms of whatnot, do you try to conceal your appearance? You can't see what you look like anymore because you don't have a mirror that will reflect. So technically you don't really know what you look like, but you can feel the things and you can feel that like you've shrunken your face in. And if you look down at your skins, you look a little bit more.
Can he see like he has a new eye or something? Third eye just opens up.
It's not that kind of transformation yet. Wait till later. She.
I mean, he just did drink the blood of the beholder.
Right? And it's just fucking one singular eye pops up in the beholder.
It's her third eye.
But what she does is, so what? I'm now level 2, right? That's what we went with?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the Coven and the Beholder didn't bump.
What do you mean? Sorry.
So the Beholder blood made me go from level 1. I got the Blood Fury undead form. Awesome. Level 2. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So what she does is she just kind of like pops down the hood of her helmet. And now no one can see her face. And she is concealed.
Okay. The arms and whatnot that you don't cover obviously kind of give away your form a little bit, but nothing that anyone that isn't paying attention is going to be like, what's going on there? There's have a little bit longer fingernails and all that fun stuff.
It's full plate, so like that's how it be.
Never mind. You're good.
It's mithril full plate.
The artificer kind too, form fitting.
Yep.
Mithril.
Yeah, so it'll just take that night of you sleeping for your armor to reform to you too. So it fits. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You're good to go. Now, with your coven, I assume you instruct your follower to find the other follower and slowly start converting people?
I do, but I also make sure that I go through this field. Like, listen, we only transform people that say they're willing to be transformed. By doing that, by convincing them, like, hey, you've got a family. Things are about to go down. You guys need to be stronger to be able to protect them. Consent is important. If they choose not to join, then let them be. We're not bad guys. We might be bad guys by general standards, but we're not bad guys.
We might be bad guy, but we are not bad guy.
I also I actually really want to instruct this one to practice. Hold up.
I have a question.
So
Will
I'd
there
like-
be any trouble with it with your person possibly like becoming like bloodlust? It might just like go like ravaging anyways.
Mhm.
Or like any of the people, like whenever they're turned, they might then immediately turn on their families.
Oh, I
Yeah.
mean, that's always a possibility, but that's a whole nother statement of like when you turn people, you go grab like shitty convicts, like murderers, and you have them in the room when you're turning somebody. So that they are the ones that like are being fed on. Essentially, it's like, listen, this is gonna suck. This is how it's gonna be, and you're able to feed without killing people. Just
I'm
make
so
sure that
glad
when you
that I'm
feed the
limited
first time,
to such disgusting behaviors.
yeah. Well, listen, she learned a lot from the last Vampire Uprising. Okay.
Does the vampirism count as a disease?
No, it's a curse.
It's both.
Uh,
It's both. So it's a disease and a curse. So it can't necessarily be cured once it gets to a certain point.
okay.
If you cure within the 10-day time period, it's a disease. If it's past that, you're cursed forever.
Yeah.
Gonna say, I'm immune to disease, so I don't know if I could like help or not.
You're
Do you
very
wish to
convenient.
become a?
A
You wish
very
to become
convenient
a
blood bag.
vampire?
Very
I missed
convenient.
that.
You're a very convenient blood bag. You can't catch disease currently.
That and it's like one of those things that they have to be willing to accept. It's a whole deal. It's a transaction. Anyway, but yeah, so she goes kind of through that, and then she's going to instruct this one to be, to really focus on becoming a vampire warrior, and then for the other one, she's going to relay the message like, hey, tell your friend that they need to focus on becoming a spellcaster, so that we're able to start building the ranks of higher rankings and more than just spawns.
Yeah.
I assume you do this in secret, not in front of the rest of us.
I mean, she doesn't really care. She's just like, I mean, all of you seem to be all right. This is just something going on. You know, I don't want everyone to die just as much as everyone else doesn't want everyone to die. And getting stronger people just means that less people die.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check real quick.
Okay. $21.
Okay. That beats my natural wisdom save. So, cool. All right. Not freaking out currently. Not really happy about it, but I'm not freaking out. So
It's like, listen, Profi, we're all on your side anyway, okay? Okay.
I'll be the first emperor to have a vampiric army. That sounds like one of those things that I did not want.
Listen, and the one who's been changing them now has another voice in her head. Oh.
Yeah.
Just 1,000-yard stare.
Sorry. Context message. So, you guys talk to your peeps. You don't really have time to build a hand currently, but you do relay to our monk friend that you could if given enough time and resources.
Ah.
Like literally a long rest.
Yeah, literally a long rest because you're an artificer. So if you guys can get to this hideout without causing too much craziness. Oh, also, Beholder is waiting on the roof of this building, blending in best he can. Undead Lord, you can feel its presence. Do you instruct it to do anything mentally, or just have it chill up there?
I'll have it keep its eye out. Would you like me to roll?
No, it's fine. Actually, make a stealth roll to see how well he's disguised up there.
It's really bad at stealth.
It's a giant undead beholder. Of course he's bad at stealth.
Oh, man, just that.
This poor town.
Don't feel bad for the town.
The plus no,
Oh.
the big old capital city is it's a big old capital city. There's lots of people here.
It's been chaos for days, though.
It's been okay. To be fair, it's been chaos in the city for months. It's just been violent
That's
chaos
crazy.
for the last couple days.
I got a 19.
The beholder
Wait.
is the best urban.
-1. I got an 18.
Doesn't matter. This beholder is the best urban camo beholder since Xanathar. He just knows the city, which is ironic because he is definitely not from the city. He's from a cave way up north, in the frozen wastes. But that's besides the point. So, what would you guys like to do? You have the secret locations that you could head to. You have the church that you could go to, or you can stay here.
I agree.
I feel like Fulgash would follow our trail via something strange magic bullshit to where we've been. So I feel like we should go to somewhere new.
So to the hallowed ground where probably we get that set of flame.
That one.
What do you saying you'll get set aflame?
Because
Oh.
he's literally undead and it's hollowed ground.
I am
And
a
then the
vampire.
undead can't walk on it.
I decided that I wanted to go full into that sanguine blood of mine.
I would normally say that you would be correct, but considering like who's basically familiar Squawk was, like
Yeah,
probably wouldn't be so fun.
I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully I don't burst the flame. Oh, is it still sunshine out as I like take my Warhammer kind of like open up the curtain just a little bit?
You do so, and as you do so, the light of the sun hurts you. Even if it doesn't necessarily do radiant damage immediately, you can feel that it is almost as if you are boiling inside your suit.
Mm. So that's news, and I don't like that. Anybody have an extra cloak?
Umbrella.
I have a cloak
Anything?
of elven kind, but I was using it.
So,
Oh no, I don't need that.
can I have all of you make an intelligence check on that statement about the cloak?
I fail.
Well, got a 17.
Well, I rolled a d12, and that's not going to be very helpful. Let's try that again. 13 plus my intelligence of a whopping. Actually, it's not a save check, so +1. So total of 14.
I got 8.
So
17.
the moment you ask for a blanket, you realize that a blanket generally isn't going to block the sun out well enough unless it's a very, very thick blanket. And the room that you are staying in currently does not possess such a thick blanket because, again, it is not the winter months anymore. They have put the warm weather clothing away. So you're going to need
To
something
be fair, she said a cloak.
Sure. Or blanket, or whatever. But you guys know that basically none of the stuff you have on you is going to blot out the sun completely. If we had the priestess's cloak of many things, you could maybe make a cloak thing out of that.
What about the blood cloak?
That's the cloak of many things.
Could we use a section of the floor?
Just you want to craft a thing out of the wood of the floor here? That's a little rude, but I mean, I guess.
just to block the light from overhead.
So you'll note that it's not necessarily the light that is from overhead. It is all sunlight. So when you step out into the day, you get burnt.
Oh, they're like reflected and refracted stuff from all the angles of the sun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
Hmm.
just being in the shade does not save vampires. Any contact from the sun whatsoever is painful for them.
No
Now,
umbrellas?
you could use an umbrella, but it would only stop the sun, the harshest of sunlight. You would still be taking burn damage from all the others. Like the suit that she is wearing would also protect her slightly, but not completely.
Is there a cellar in this building?
Yes.
I have an idea. Freya, crawl inside the mouth of my beholder.
I haven't had to deal with that in a long time. Okay.
All right, you can tort your way into this zombie beholder's mouth. If you weren't undead, you'd be very disconcerted about what would the effects of being in an undead beholder's mouth. But since you're already undead, you really don't got to worry about it too much. The beholder closes its mouth around you, and you obviously give it the command to seal tight. I do want to emphasize though that you either have to get the beholder in the room with you to do this, or you have to burn yourself a little bit to get to the beholder outside. So what's the choice here? How are you taking your things? And I will say as a note, if you guys bring the beholder in the room, you will be kicked out immediately.
I'm
would we
just
be
gonna.
kicked out, or would the people who owned it leave?
Good question. I think they would kick you out and you would politely escape, I assume, unless you just...
What if I politely ask them?
There's no real way to politely ask, hey, can I bring this
Can
undead
I
beholder into
please
you?
allow... I'm traveling with a rather horrendous-looking creature. Can I please bring it in here for a brief moment? Persuasion check.
Roll it. Please critically fail, because I will giggle.
Oh, that's not a critical fail, but it's really bad. I got an 11.
They look to Frey and say, she's not that ugly.
Not her. Not her. But I'll take that as a no.
Yes, they politely tell you we don't really allow outside pets in the rooms. We did it once for a
You can-
gelatinous blob, and never again.
How about you guys just go? I'll catch up later. Besides, I've got a cloak of wings. I can fly later. It'll be fine.
That beast is still out there.
Yes, the beast is still out there, and I have lovely words to have with them.
I look back. I look forth, scared. All right, look, we can leave her to her demise currently. I look over at you and say, didn't you send your cohort out into the sunlight?
Yes, but it's different.
Oh, so he's not a vampire.
So it's because of my Dampier blood. When they first become vampires, they're a Dampier. And then after that, they eventually get worse and worse.
Oh, I have so many questions, but I'll ask you later. Don't die. Bye.
I don't plan on it.
You hear maniacal laughing in the background.
Until we meet again.
All right, so the three of you take off. You still haven't told me where you want to go. We've been hog tying in this room for an hour talking about vampires. Where do you guys want to head? Your friend has given you the location of... Roll me a 1d6, Freya.
Okay. 3.
3 of the 6 locations that she talked about, because she could describe them easily to you without having to lead you there. So you have 3 locations you could go to. You could go all the way to the church, or you could find another place to try and rest. Those are your choices currently.
Mars X.
Praise the
Has
sun. Go to church.
Has this squawk protected you before?
Yes.
And you, Profi?
Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, considering the fact that I somehow know where this church is without knowing where this church is, at this point, I don't know what we did to piss off the gods, but I'm just glad that we got one that says they're on our side.
We got one on
Good.
our side, one purple bastard.
Good enough for me.
We're off to see the church, the wonderful church of
So
God.
as you waddle through the streets carefully, stealthily, go ahead and make stealth checks. The lot of you.
But Freya doesn't need to make a stealth check because she's in a beholder.
I didn't. Even
She's
go
waiting
in the
until
beholder.
nightfall before she hits
Oh.
which will come with its own set of rules. I need you guys to make stealth checks as you are trying to hide from Fulgash.
My beholder is trying to hide. And I'm
14.
trying to hide.
19 plus pluses. I'm good.
I would like to turn into my shadow form so that I can gain advantage on hiding.
Sure, you do so and hide yourself in my shadow. Because I am the sneaky boy. Why is your theme tonight carry me? Everyone's supporting
Well, I'm glad I have
Marzex's.
advantage
Okay.
because that's a lot better. Because I got a 21 and my beholder got a 12.
Okay.
-1, so 11.
Dang beholder. The beholder has lost its urban camo training for some reason, and is very much seeable above you guys.
Ooh, can I put a my elven cloak on it? Because they formed creatures?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I'll odd even it, see if it works. No.
Dang it.
Yeah, the reason being, like, is it would work, except for because this beholder has lost its consciousness, its real connection to magic doesn't allow it to use the items that would provide it with said advantage. It can no longer attune.
I don't know if cloaks of elven kind need attunement.
I thought they did.
They do. They do need attunement. Okay.
Sorry, finishing my delicious soup I made, y'all. I made onion soup tonight and killed it.
Nice.
But did you make your own croutons?
Hopefully Fulgash didn't see my beholder while it was moving around.
So not true croutons. We just made toasted bread and put it in the air fryer and toasted it really good, so it's nice and crunchy. So it wasn't quite croutons, but it's close.
I understand. It's close enough.
Close enough for it. Yeah, Spain would be upset about it, but you know, his standard of not using air fryers is not for people like me. I use whatever tastes good. So candy. Those are the best candies ever. Just saying.
These are the ones that only grandmas can find.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
The best ones. Do you ever buy those in the wild and just feel old?
Yes.
Wow.
I buy them once every 4 months.
See, you're good. You're good. Can't get old if you already have the secret candy, because you're already old. So, jokes aside, you guys continue on your path. I think from the numbers that I heard, all of you succeeded except for the beholder, which is fine. You make it to the secret spot, which allows you to make a full rest at that place if you would like. Jumping back to Freya, you also have the opportunity to take a full rest here, but you're at the hotel still, which has its own dangers, which I will roll for. And would you like to know your percentage chance of bad things happening?
Sure.
You have a 30% chance of being found in this location. So if I roll above a 70, you've been caught. Actually, I don't even have to roll the second die, so I'm not going to. just roll the d10s. Gotta love them. Percentiles are easy. Well, If I was going the opposite direction, you'd be in trouble. I rolled a 30. So you are make it through the day without having a full gash encounter.
Awesome. I get my rest in.
You do. And during that rest or whatnot, you can still craft your thing because you don't technically have to sleep.
Yeah.
Just low activity.
Oh yeah, no. I would have been just gone into my little bag of holding, just been like, all right, let's do this.
So, after several hours, you have produced a hand. And in that hand, you have added something very special, which you will present to your friend shortly. On this special item, I'm going to let you determine the possible effects, and then I'm going to roll for it. Is that all right with you? Or would you like it to be the
Yes.
other way?
I would like to give the possible effects.
Okay, so I'll let you give the possible effects, and I'll say if they're good or bad, and then I'll give
How
you
many
dice.
do you
get
need?
4.
All right. So one of the effects would essentially be like grapple hook hand.
Okay.
Because I like that idea. You know, just get that distance or be able to grab onto things and yeet yourself up.
So
Yes.
question with that: how far do you want to make the reach?
It would probably, just because it's one of those things that we don't want to make it too heavy so that it's unwieldy to have on the end of your arm. I'd probably say maybe about 10 feet, if that.
Okay, so it gives you the ability to have reach with your arm. Perfect.
Yeah.
Like a whip.
Another
Indiana
one would,
Jones.
woo! Another one would be shock fist.
Okay.
Self-explanatory. Another one would be like, on Cyberpunk 2077 where like launches out that little flame thing, so like a 5-foot cone.
Mhm.
So like that would be the other one, and then the final one would be the uh-oh button, and the uh-oh button's a big explosion. It's a suicidal explosion. Yeah, it's the
Okay.
last resort.
Okay, so as you're building this, now that you've had your things, I'm going to roll a d4.
Nice.
I know what I want it to be, but I
You
think
want it to be the suicide explosion?
No, I really want it to be the grapple hook because I think that's the coolest one. But I will let the fates decide what your crafty mind crafted for your friend. Now, again, you can go back and build other arms later, but this is just your first prototype that you have put together in a day.
Is it grapple or
it's 4, so that means it's a exploding suicide arm. Please don't accidentally critical fail and push the button. That's all I'm begging. Please don't do that.
Please tell my character what it does.
so where the button is indeed at, it's one of those things where like you have to break the finger, and then inside even farther with the broken finger you have to turn it around to press the button. So it's one of those things, it's like bonus action break, action press, or reaction press.
So no punching somebody or
No.
poking them in the eye and then accidentally doing it, or
Yeah.
cool.
It's a good representation of our monk currently.
Oh,
So, as you finish your thing, you're pretty happy with this little bomb in your hand. Not that you view it as such. You actually styled it after your friend Marzex's crawling hands. So it is very similar in looks. With the materials that you had, you could make it not quite identical, but they feel similar. And just like the arms you made yourself, it will attach and naturally form. It'll take about a day to attune, even though it's not really an attunement. But the suicide button will work as soon as you twist it. It doesn't even have to be attached. Technically, you could take it off, yeet it, and hope someone somehow figures out how to blow themselves up with it. But that is neither here nor there. You complete the thing, and that'll be version 2 or 3. So as you make your way to the church, all 4 of us convene at the church. And sitting in the courtyard, frozen under what looks to be moonlight, is Moon Knight. I really need to remember his actual name because that's not his character's name. That's just his nickname for us. Uh, but anyway, Moon Knight, as I will continue to call him, is literally frozen under this moonlight, just on the inside of this place. And this place looks to be a freshly built church. It looks very similar to the one that you found at the last time that you went to that had a Church of Squawk. Except for everything is fresh, everything is made of beautiful marble, everything is new, and sitting inside behind what looks to be a preaching column is your friend, Grandma Jenny. And she looks revitalized, as if she was quite a bit younger than she was before.
Does she have feathers for hair still?
She does have feathers for hair still, and her eyes are still glowing. It has not been that long.
Look at you. Oh, look at that. You have gotten so much younger. You really have to tell me your secret. I swear, every time I see you, you're always getting older, younger. It's crazy.
She says, that's generally how the people do, friend. Anyway, you notice that you are not burning as soon as you step on the hollow ground, but your disguised appearance, if you were keeping it up, is definitely off, and you can feel that it is not active, as your true form is revealed. Luckily, you're covered by other things.
Say, I just would cast this guy's self and call it a day.
Oh man!
Yeah. Fran's gonna check the doors and lock them, if possible.
Ginny looks at you with disdain and says, "What are you doing, little one?"
Oh, yeah. There's this crazy man out there.
You mean Fulgash?
I think that's what I heard his name was.
The Lord Squawk has deemed this a safe place for him as well.
Huh?
Will he regain his common sense if he was to step on this ground?
You mean his cognitive abilities?
No, he was trying to kill us.
to kill us on said ground?
Well, I wouldn't suggest it, as she smiles. A little bit more than what you think a normal person should smile. It reminds a couple of you of your dream. I wouldn't suggest him to be violent on the grounds of Squawk. That would be a poor choice for him.
Can I do an insight check?
Of course.
Who is she possessed by?
Don't roll a 1.
I did not roll a 1.
Okay, it is very apparent that she is under the direct flame of her god.
Okay.
So she is being Squawk's vessel currently. She is still who she is, but it is very apparent that the god of scouts, god of seagulls, god of the fade to black. I like that term, by the way. Might be using that more in the future. Is in control of her true actions.
My only question was because she would allow Fulgash, who's obviously under the influence of another deity, and those ones are not they're probably at odds.
Well, just because you let the enemy in the door doesn't mean you have to let them leave.
True. Okay.
Fight them on home turf. I see it. This is very wise, friend.
Is there a place to well, I don't need a bed, but to lean against?
And you can sit wherever. Though you look well rested, as you guys did take a long rest in your hiding spot until it was nighttime, if you remember correctly.
No, Freya did.
Everybody.
Oh, we all hid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of, when Freya walks in, she hands you a weird-looking arm thing and explains how it works.
Oh.
So, I use a very powerful explosive material, otherwise known as a stone, that I decided I was going to just sit there and do a little bit of ritual work on. So don't press the button unless you plan on dying and killing everyone around you.
So, for a DM effect, you will incinerate yourself, guaranteed. But everyone within a 10-foot radius of your destruction has to make a deck save. On a failed deck save, they take a D100 worth of unblockable damage.
I would just like to imagine it as like there's a red button on the end of the inside of a ship. It's like, oh, I touched something.
It's
Oh
ba-
man.
It's basically 2 bags of holding shoved together in the form of a hand.
If she has
Backslash-
to use this and like sacrifice herself like her brother, that'll just make another trope for gold thistles.
Gold Thistles just be out here murdering themselves for their friends.
First they lose a hand, then they sacrifice themselves.
And if
She
And if it happens in this temple, it'll be Squawk's fault again. Actually,
yep, and have to do with Henry.
To be fair, the last one was not Squawk's fault. It was Funeral's fault.
Oh yeah, funeral. I got him and Henry mixed up for some reason.
That is no, do not do that. They are polar opposites. They are not friends. Speaking of Henry, as you are sitting there waiting around, kind of getting things, you realize that there's a couple people in the pews just kind of relaxing. Would you like to approach them?
Sure.
No, but I'll look at them.
You look at them, and it is very apparent that one of them is a friend of yours. The other is a cloaked figure that you haven't seen before. And then the other one is someone that you're probably a little bit terrified by.
Oh, friend. Thanks the kind artificer, by the way.
Oh, yeah, speaking of Fran and the artificer, I have no idea who these people are except for the scary one.
Who's the scary one?
It's definitely Henry. He's sitting there having a conversation with 2 other people. Profi and our handy-dandy friend Marzex definitely recognize the bigger gentleman in fancy-looking armor rocking the symbol of Torm.
Oh, heck no.
So you're...
I made a bet with him. Son of a...
So, as you approach, you are greeted heartily by this man in heavy armor, and he looks down at you. His armor is pure black, and it seems to not have any... what's the best way to describe it? It doesn't really seem to have any heavy seams, but it looks like the heaviest of plate mail. And again, there's a big old Torm symbol burned into its chest, and he is rocking a large sword and a shield.
Solid looking gentleman.
As he looks at you, Henry is handing him a weapon that some of you will recognize as the Light Shedder from before.
You mean the dagger?
No. The Light Shedder, the one that makes you invisible when you run with it.
Oh, yes.
But I have it.
You did not.
The OP sword.
I literally had it.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
You've lost it since yesterday, then.
Okay.
We can't have this thing.
I was
It'd be bad.
imagining that I 100% had it on my possession last session.
You did, yeah. I'm telling you, you've lost it since then, and just realized you no longer are holding it.
I'm not gonna argue.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Fran recognizes it, takes a few steps back.
He looks over at you and smiles and says, "Ah, a smart one has joined the group."
Huh? With her -1.
So I see there are new members there, Marzex. And the gruff voice looks at you and talks.
Oh, you win some, you lose some, I guess you could say.
It looks like you've lost a lot. You still got Profi around though, so I don't have to kill you. That's a plus note.
Yep, still on track to do what I said I'd do.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Well, I'm just
We're 2
stopping.
steps closer as of yesterday.
So I've heard, as he holds up the sword. I've been waiting a long time to get my hands on this, so now that it's out in the open, I'm pretty happy about it. I believe you all have met Henry, and he points over to the warlock in the corner, who is slightly floating above the air. He looks bemused at your guys' presence and the fear in Profi's eyes. Profi has not moved since he got into the church and locked eyes with Henry. He is being as sneaky as the rogue can be. So some of you can't even see him because definitely my passive stealth.
I really
is on
hope
full power.
there's who's the shady person?
The shady person stands up and is a huge creature, much bigger than the two men standing next to her. As she flips back her hood, it reveals a very, very pretty half-orc. Most of you would consider her beauty ridiculous. Even for those of you that don't like half-orcs, she's a pretty person.
He's like, oh my goodness. Oh, hi,
You're a
sir.
pretty
Oh,
person.
goodness. Hi. Hello.
She was
Oh,
an
hi.
intimidating person.
Wow.
If you remember, in game for Penelope, she's very, very pretty. Put all those points into charisma. But yes, intimidation. You know the fear you felt from Fogash? This is a very similar presence, but at the moment it is not. There's no bloodlust directed at you guys, so you're able to function normally. But she seems to kind of just waft from place to place. She's like almost like she's not touching the ground, like there's no real connection there. But again, she's about a foot taller than these two behemoths that are already. I mean, how tall is Henry here? He's not that tall, is he? He's like 5 something.
Henry's not that tall. Henry was like maybe 6 foot.
Yeah. And then
I think Henry was like literally like 5'8".
yeah. Yeah, and then our paladin over there is about 6'7", something like that. He's pretty
I
tall.
think so.
Penelope, on the other hand, is like just shy of 8 feet.
It's just
And she
looking up.
all muscle.
Sheesh.
Stat wise, she's like 20, 20, 18, 18, 18.
Jeez.
Yeah, stacked ass character. I'm gonna let you guess who rolled her up forever ago. Anyway, she smiles at the group of you and says, "I hear you are the latest trouble causers here."
That would we are the second latest, not the most latest. There's definitely a full gash outside. He's definitely the latest trouble causer.
Oh no, he's part of your excitement, of course. Excuse me, I haven't made a proper introduction. I am the Princess of the Sands. You may call me Penelope, as you are already acquainted with some of my associates.
Is
May
that...
I do a history check?
Of course.
Well, good thing I had. Oh no shit! I got a 9 on my high roll.
Okay.
Could I also do?
Yes, you can.
Awesome.
Got to finish yawning first, though.
Thank you. I got 26.
That's way better.
Oh, the sand. Who cares about sand?
So you focused on the name Penelope, and it just like, no, who calls their kid Penelope? What kind of half-orc calls himself Penelope? Our friend Frey, on the other hand, focuses in on the words Princess of the Sands or Queen of the Sands.
That's where all the vampire tombs are.
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
So the Princess of the Sand is actually the official ruler of Gate, which is the town that bridges the Wildlands and the Wastelands across the wall. She is a legendary political figure that seems to reinvent herself every few 100 years, more or less. There's a new one introduced. Though no one can tell you any other description besides a very intimidating woman full of beauty. She got snarly teeth. That's basically the description of all of them. She seems to appear when needed, and the people that have ever stood against her have lasted no longer than a day at a time. For the exception of the Emperor Regal Telian III, who defeated her in one-on-one combat quite some time ago when she was subjugated. And hence her descendants have also been quote-unquote subjugated, though she is basically another imperial body all by herself at the gate. along with all of her people that serve underneath her. You notice as she walks around, as you have... actually, what's your guys' passive insights? I'll say if you caught this.
13.
Okay. Or perception, whatever's better for you.
Aha! I have a
Passive
15
insight
perception.
of 20.
Okay, so with the insight of 20, you notice that the way she is speaking is excessively elegant. Like she is intentionally giving off the feel of nobility and royalty on purpose. It is not a natural state for her. It's obviously something she's putting on an act, and you can tell. With the 15 perception, you're able to notice that she is rocking 2 very large warhammers underneath her cloak.
Yo, what kind of role?
This one, only this one.
I am sorry to be so fragrantly obnoxious with this question, but why are you putting on a show?
She looks at you and kind of tilts her head sideways. And what do you mean, friend?
With your words, you're trying to some of the words that you were saying would seem normal for most nobles, but for you it seems as if it's a little off.
Whoa, that's the first time someone said something like that in quite some time. As her accent changes quite a bit. It goes from this royal regal bit to kind of a country bumpkin. Very quickly. She goes, well, if you're gonna say it like that, I guess I'll stop with my silly little accent. Sorry, just something I do because I've done it for so long. This is what was expected of me for quite some time.
Just be yourself. I mean, you're damn beautiful.
More than you know.
Damned?
No, beautiful, obviously.
Oh.
Which is true, because, I mean, technically you can only see her head, so you have no idea what's going on anywhere else.
Huh.
So, children, troublemakers, ruffians of the generation, what are you doing here besides praying to Squawk like good little girls and boys?
Recovering from injury.
A smile appears on her face. Henry giggles at that. That's pretty normal, huh? Looks over at the
There's
paladin. The
some
paladin
jerk
says,
ones
you
in
should
the
also be
purple."
praying to Torm. Just as a hint, as a reminder. He looks at Marzex and looks at you, like, piercingly and says, you should be praying to Torm. It'll help. Make a note.
I look around the church to see if there's a thing of Torm.
There is not a thing of Torm. He says, this is Squawk's church. You're going to have to pray somewhere else for it. But I just suggested in the future, Marzex.
Okay.
Henry pipes up
I'll take
and
you.
says, I'm gonna break the ice a little bit more here, ladies and gentlemen. We have a job for you, which is sort of why we're here. Squawk summoned us and says you might need some guidance, and since I no longer need anything from the Royal Yahoos because I acquired the item I needed, as he points at the sword on the paladin's hip, I'm free to do as needed. So there's no need to worry about me. How did you like your visit to the Blue Shrew?
Used up all my spell slots.
A warlock then. Interesting. No wizard worth his salt uses all of his spell slots in one day.
Hell, not even an artificer with their salt uses all their spell slots in one day.
I don't know. I've seen some make some pretty cool stuff that took all their power. But that's neither here nor there. Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about goblins.
But what about the guy who's outside
Full out
burning
cannon.
all of the townspeople in a purple haze?
Yes, unfortunately, we have been informed about what happened to poor Folgash, as the paladin looks over. As you guys remember, his name is Lexington Thule, by the way. I know I keep calling him the paladin, but his name is Lexington Thule, and you guys know that. At least 2 of you. So, as Lexington, Penelope, and Henry all look around and say, anyway, back about that job. You guys up for something fun that isn't necessarily here in the capital? Heck, we'll even do you a favor. While you're off doing this for us, we'll negate the issue with Fulgash for a little bit. We can't necessarily keep him away forever because that purple bastard has a way of, getting in the way. But we'll do what we can to stop him from murdering all the citizens while you're out and about.
Maybe you can send him to the blue shrew. Ha ha ha.
And Henry goes, well, that'd be the easy solution.
But what would you have us do? And might I ask for this to then put a pause on mine and Lexington Thule's arrangements temporarily until said completed task?
Oh, really? Let me think about this. What? No, the timer continues on. It won't take you that long. Hopefully. Besides, you said you're 2 steps closer. From my understanding, you're over a quarter of the way through of potential candidates.
I mean, this is true. However, I don't know how far away your task will take us from the rest of them.
Well, if you listen to it, we'll talk about it a little bit more. Yes, no?
So, yeah, what is the task? Let's figure this out.
Wonderful. So, down to the south, on the coastline, past Pavlo, and near the town of Fro, we've heard tale of a demon scanning the shores and causing havoc down there. We need you to take care of this demon, as it is excessively dangerous. And we do not have the time nor the energy to spend on retrieving / stopping this demon. So, since you guys are the new havoc causers, we think this is a perfect assignment for you.
What kind of demon may it be?
Someone said it is a what did they call it? A wailing storm electrical construct. We think it has to do with one of our former associates. Might be one of his creations. Though we do have a contact for you to meet up in Fro with. There's a sisterhood there that has agreed to help you hunt this thing down. You'll meet a sister Thatchet at the monastery, and she will give you better information than we can give you from here. The sister Thatchet is a very old soul.
Is there a way that you could possibly dip us down there quicker?
You mean like teleport you?
Absolutely.
I mean, I could, but if we just threw you on top of it, you might not get where you need to be quickly. Besides, you need to make friends along the way, don't you? From what I've heard through the grapevine, is you have been tasked with an immeasurable goal. Right?
Our goal is to put Propi on the throne.
Well, no, not that goal. The other one.
Saving the world?
Yes, that one. Saving the world. This world. Yep. That's the important thing right now.
DM.
Yes.
I think it might be time for Val to be focusing more on making her vampire coven.
Okay, so as you they're explaining this assignment to you, the voice in your head starts speaking at you. Let me get in this voice.
Open your eyes.
Friend, I've been in your head for a couple days now, and I like it here. We and you are kindred souls. But you can't listen to these demons. They once defeated me a long time ago, but left me to die. They're nothing but trouble. They're nothing but trouble. So, don't listen to them. You don't have to listen, so don't. Stay here, build your coven. Do it under the guise of Profi needs you, or something. I don't really know, but you need to stay away from whatever these guys are doing, because it will result in your death, I can guarantee it. Whatever they're going to get will kill you.
So I'm going to be like, to myself in a lower voice, just be like, see, that was my whole plan anyway. I wasn't really feeling about going down there and dealing with this, but being out in the sun kind of fucking hurts now. So I gotta, really take everything in stride at this point.
So Penelope looks over at you and kind of stares at your face for a couple seconds. Henry, you are silent.
That's not a Penelope thing. It's the other one.
That's a fair point. Okay, Henry, on the other hand, as he looks at you and you hear, or all of you see, as he kind of rises off the ground a little bit.
And says, "You might want to know your place, friend."
I don't know who's the fuck you're talking to with that voice. That's all spooky. How about I just go and then continue trying to make sure that we have
There's
people here.
three voices in your head right now, Freya.
Oh, the rest
There's
of you.
yours,
The rest
the
of you heard
beholder,
that. That was not a.
There's
distinct thing.
actually 4 voices in her head. The other one has been keeping the beholder's brain or soul in a loop and in
Entertaining.
catastrophe. Okay.
Get the Flying Dutchman over there.
Yeah.
So
It's like you understand, as I do not wish to cause an actual issue here. I just prefer to be able to build my lovely weapons of destruction for the Empire or whoever is in charge, while also being able to have a workforce that can live as long as I do, without causing anybody to be transformed unwillingly. If you would like to meet some of my thralls, I can always have them come here.
you can see Lexington is visibly upset, and is like that. Yeah, the sword is being held out, but Penelope looks over and grabs him by the hand and puts the sword back in the sheath and says, this time it might be interesting to see what happens.
I was a Dampier before I decided to go full sanguine, after all.
Right, and from what I understand, you're relatively old, yeah?
Yes, I was alive during the last uprising, but I did not wish to take part of that because I do not, preferably, I do not like seeing people die for no cause, and I don't like seeing farms of people. Everyone deserves to live a happy, free life. Everyone also deserves to have food. And at the end of the day, donation is a lovely thing that we can all relatively be good on.
Well, just a reminder from a friend that consumption can sometimes consume you. So keep that in mind as you are causing your havoc and gaining your power.
Oh, that is why everything is for the worst of the worst. The pedophiles and the murderers are the ones that we will be feeding on the most.
I tried to convince a town of people that they should utilize the skeletons to have a labor force for them. Their city was built on bones and they were against it.
Really? I mean, honestly, that sounds amazing. Just as long as the people before they died properly said yes and gave consent.
Profi has not moved in several minutes. He is just in the corner, just waiting for something to happen. Fran, are you doing
Anyway,
anything crazy while these guys are all arguing about bringing the undead round full power up here?
I'd say after the last few days, and then looking down at her new hand, and then seeing all like the power players in the room make their power plays, she just disassociates and starts thinking about picking herbs with her mother when she was a child. Just completely checks out.
All right, good. You and Profi are both just back there, just in the zone, just no one here right
That's the state of
now.
mind that Penelope puts people in right before they die.
Don't say that. That's upsetting. So anyway, they say, well, that's your assignment. We're not going to give you any assistance, and it sounds like your artificer friend is going to stay here and try to build you an army.
Oh, but for you all, my greatest friends, I did work very hard on. I pull out the fucking cannon, the arcane cannon. She's like, now, unfortunately, you are missing one component, but it just needs to get slapped in there. I just open up like what seems to be a hatch on it, and then there's this little circle, and it's just like that is where I need a lightning focus gem of some kind in there. And
that's
then
what
it
the
is
beholder-
complete. I mean, I maybe a beholder I could work, but it needs to be lightning specifically, and then it's able to essentially just be on a recharge loop. You know, fire, then it takes like 6 seconds or so for it to recharge, reload, and then fire again, and then 6 seconds for recharge, reload, fire.
You see Penelope look over and just like has appeared next to you and says, "Oh, I like that. That reminds me of things." And
That's
I
terrifying.
might need one of these.
Well, if you'd like it, by all means, you can always commission one.
See, I'm really glad you didn't kill her. Now I need you to build me one of these, and I'll start working on this on my own time. You said that it needs a power thing. Okay, she looks to the three of us and goes, "So for you yahoos who are heading down south, I'm gonna need an extra one of these power stones. If this lightning creature-y thing produces a lightning stone, I need it. I need it. You'll be compensated, but I need it."
Hopefully,
I
there's
see.
2 there.
I look over and suddenly, like, it breaks the chain and go, "Wait, you're leaving?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question out of character.
I
What does this mean?
Means I'm gonna have to make a new character.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to be leaving the game, but I'll definitely need to have to make a new character because this
Okay, I was worried
the sunlight
that, like, I
thing
was
is a
like-
very big detriment.
I was
Like,
gonna
that
say
can't-
it was gonna be really interesting to move forward as the vampire mode, but okay. So yeah,
The new
you.
character is simply his her vampire thrall.
So the real
No, the
real
character
question,
I wrote for.
the real question at this point is, where do we put this cannon of doom? Who's carrying the cannon of doom until it is ready? Because is it big enough to fit in a bag of holding?
Yeah, it's able to fit in a bag of holding. It's rough. You gotta like really like get it open, but it'll fit.
Wait. Make that face one more time so I can add the right sound effect.
I can't.
You're welcome.
I can't see right now, but I can imagine.
I can't
Okay.
imagine I can see.
But yes, Profi, I am going to be building more of my coven and getting spellcasters and warriors up. More specifically, so that we have stronger units on the battlefield when it's time to come.
I'm coming in.
Sorry.
Can you teach
that's
them all a
that's all we
particular spell?
Say what?
I asked Freya if you
Huh?
could teach them animate dead.
I don't know that spell specifically, but I could teach them conjure construction.
It doesn't help me. I'm sorry. As I go and I turn sadly. I'm like, can't create an undead cult. We don't have undead summoners.
Maybe some of the spellcasters knows that on their own. Who knows?
You hear a voice in your head from Henry that smiles and says, "You know, you could just recruit some new people and send them here, and take a break yourself and train people, or you could hire me for the low price of your soul or what's left of it."
Listen, I already sold my soul.
Are you
Not
sure?
for sale.
Are you sure? Because I can see it in you now. It's pretty rare for a mummy to have one of those still.
Mine.
Fair,
Like empty chest.
fair, noted. All right. So with that all being said, you guys have your destination. You're going to be traveling to the town of Fro, and from
Where's
there,
Rat?
he's in a wasp.
Can we like go through his pockets?
Not in his cocoon he is in currently.
What if I send my crawling claw to like climb through it?
I wouldn't suggest it. The wasp looks very angry when anything gets close to the cocoon. By the way, the wasp is outside in the grounds too, not necessarily frozen by moonlight, but just kind of like chilling out there. And when I say frozen by moonlight, it looks like he's praying super hard. Like he's just like in it. No rest. Just wicked prayer.
I was gonna say because we have a coin that lets us teleport somewhere, don't we?
Yes,
Or did we use it?
No, you still have that. You guys decided to take the boat instead. So you just need to
Okay,
find
well
a
then I
local.
vote we use the coin to teleport to this place called Flow.
Okay. As a reminder, or whatever you want to call it, you might not necessarily go straight to Flow. It would need a teleporty thing there.
Yes,
Okay.
it would.
Yeah, you got to know the destination, right?
We're in the Empire capital. It should have a list of all the places we can go.
No. I'm saying that, but Flow directly might not have a teleporty thing there.
Someplace near Flow.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Yes.
Same continent, other
Yes.
place nearby Flow. Sure.
Yes.
Hopefully it's Flow. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's my vote.
Okay, so you vote on using our coin to reduce our travels by quite a bit. Totally acceptable, but again, the suggestion from the three yahoos over here was to travel to make friends and connections.
That takes too long. I only have a year and a half.
Fair? Okay. So
We can make friends on the way back.
So, I guess that means we're moving into the next part of what's going on. Freya, your character is still technically with us as we travel throughout the night to find this tower. Some of you are familiar enough with the town to know where the teleportation tower is. So it's not going to be hard to get there. You're just going to have to wait till it opens during the day, which means this is time for your tearful goodbyes to your friend. Because she is going off to wherever she hides to start her coven.
All right, friends. I am so happy that I have got to run with you. Now, remember, if you need anything like extra arms, extra things like that, it all might be useful. Marzek, wait, you're a warlock, right?
Yes.
Shit. Well, I don't really have any magical items that I can really give you that would be helpful.
Anything to recover spell slots is nice.
So all of my items don't really recover spell slots. They are just spell slots themselves. Specifically for like wizards and artificers, intellect-based spellcasters.
Oh, calling me dumb. Check.
You're charismatic, not
My
otherwise.
character is my character is I'm the commoner of the town.
So what is more important though is here, and she just kind of rips off this amulet that she's had around her neck this entire time, and it's just this stone, and it's got little runes on it. It's like, all right, this is an amulet of luck. This was one of the first things that I ever created.
Ooh.
Gives you +1 on, well, you just go, just you'll figure it out. But the amulet of luck gives +1 on, what is it? Ability checks, saving throws. I think it's the +1 in everything. I gotta research it up though. Give me a second.
Okay.
Amulet of luck is.
Well, I wish I had something.
It's a +1 to ability checks and saving throws.
Nice.
Oh, and for you, Mrs., I have my hand cut off. Take this potion of supreme healing, eh?
Ooh. You will be missed. I'll try and take care of your handiwork.
Well, if it doesn't work out and you end up having to kill yourself, it was nice knowing you, and don't do that. Come back. I'll give you one with like a grapple hook or something.
Ooh. Yes, I do appreciate it. I won't if I don't have to. But yes, thank you. It's really not fun punching without two hands.
I bet. All right. Now, before all of you guys start making me cry, I've got to go kick somebody out of my secret laboratory, whoever owns that bakery. Maybe they're already
Here's the
dead.
blood.
That poor gnome.
It's like, whew, maybe they're already dead. So that would be a wonderful luck.
Well, we've came a long way in the 400 years that I met you last. As I go to shake your hand, do you grasp my hand?
I shake your hand, and my statement
As you
is,
shake my hand, the crawling claw comes off. You hold a crawling claw in your hand, and I laugh. I'll say, "Ha, ha, ha." Okay, we're doing it for real this time.
okay, there you go. Well, just remember that if you ever bury me again, I will make sure that there's nothing left to of you to bury.
No.
All right.
I come back. I might not come back as me, but I come back.
That's fine. That last body won't be anything left to bury.
Wow, undead have some really strange conversations.
No joke.
Oh, and Profi, good luck.
You can always call me your mummy.
Okay, friend. I don't really know how to feel here. I'm excessively upset, but every time you speak, it hurts my brain. So I'm gonna take this as a temporary reprieve, and see if I can figure things out on my end. And yeah, you do you. Don't go hog wild. Is all I'm asking.
I'm not going to do that. It's gonna take a lot more than just one crazy beholder soul trying to make me nuts. There's a whole nother slew of people trying to do that. So, bye. And then she just starts walking towards the the bakery area.
Val walks in. I thought you said you weren't coming back.
I lied.
Okay, so from a character perspective, that was your fun exit. You obviously aren't dead. Your character will return for funsies later, and we'll obviously DM talk about the possible ramifications and the fun rolls that I'll make to see how you succeed and how you fail and so on and so forth. But just for the people watching, and we'll see the next time that we play, what kind of character are you gonna bring? What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking of doing another thing from the Grim Hollow thing, the Seraphim.
Really?
Yeah. I'm also thinking of Tiefling.
Okay.
And for class, I am debating whether or not I want to do another artificer or if I want to do
Would a tiefling do well as an angel?
what, the Tiefling?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the best part. It's the dichotomy of it, you know. something so far removed from angelicness.
Hey, if you beat up
Being
Mars X, you automatically gain a level because it's defeat a powerful force of darkness.
But yeah,
Why are you just gonna throw me under the bus like that?
Because you need to die.
but what I'm thinking is it's half elf tiefling, so very long lived.
Okay.
Just for the flavor of
Why
tiefling.
are you playing the people that live forever?
Because I want to live a long time.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, elves live a long time. You know what lives longer than elves?
Undead?
You know, you could play a ghost. Or a skeleton.
I was gonna say we actually have a company subclass, character class that is a ghost-esque person.
Oh.
If you would like to look that over and see if that is something you would rather play, if you want to continue the undead bits. But then again, if you're gonna be an angel, might as well do your tiefling and go from there.
Yeah.
But there are other options.
We'll see.
It's like I'm trying to think of what did we compare the Ghostwalker to a long time ago?
Johnny Phantom?
It's like they're like Danny Phantom.
Huh.
Hmm.
We'll see. We'll see.
This is intriguing.
Yes.
Because your combos before were good.
Yeah. I really like Artificer because Artificer just gives me that pure bulk of bullshittery, and I love it.
You know what gives you a half bulk of bullshittery?
Warlock?
Is Forge Clerics.
No. No. Yeah. I don't know. So what I'm thinking is possibly the Battlesmith because I like the idea of a Seraphim with his lovely robot buddy. Or her. Who
I just
knows?
imagine it being like an angelic construct.
Ooh, a Seraphim Warforged. I'm liking this. I think that might be where I'm going.
Too bad it can't be Danny Phantom.
That's fine.
All right, so you guys leave your friend. I'm gonna push us along here.
Oh, I don't want to leave.
Man. Now Fran's the only girl.
For now, ha 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 ha. So you guys continue your journey to the teleporty bits, or not really continue. Just wait for it to open the next morning. The doors open. You can feel the magic pulse as it turns on. And the door opens. A sprightly young human wizard looks over at the lot of you and says, "Oh, good morning, gentlemen."
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
We would like travel to Flow or the closest place we could get to it.
Of course, gentlemen. I'd happily set you up with somewhere close to there. Let me look at my chart here and see what the closest destination to that tower is. Pull out a small map. So, gentlemen, would you like to be north or south?
Pulling out the map, and it's a small map that you slide.
Anyway, visuals aside, would you guys like to be north or south of Flow?
Closest.
Well, the closest wizard tower that has a functioning teleporter, to my knowledge, is the old capital of Delph. There was another one that was a tab closer in Derek, but it went offline a couple of years ago. I think that the wizard gentleman that lived there passed away, and no one's taken over his job.
And what is that location called?
It is in Derek.
Didn't we go to Dirk once?
Not in this campaign, says the DM in the wrong voice.
I thought me and you did, and Spain's character did, and Mox did.
No, you guys were in the. Let's see, where did you guys go? You went to Jin, DJIN, I think is where you guys went.
Okay.
Because you guys have not been on this continent until now.
Okay. So it's on the same continent we're on right now.
Yes, yeah. So if you guys pull up your handy dandy maps wherever you hide them, I can't show you because my thing's done. Let me pull up maps in the thing really quick, and so the audience can at least see. Jake 2.0. All right. So for those of you watching on the Twitch, there we go. So we are currently in, where are we at? Rexus Tulia, way up north here. Our target is all the way down here, in this unmarked spot. For some reason, it isn't marked on here, but this right here is Flow. Not quite at the coast.
You're not showing us.
I know I'm not showing you. I'm showing the people on Twitch. And Delph is way down to the south. This is the farthest southern city. It's actually connected to the coast there. And Dirk is, in the middle of all these other towns. But this is a former capital of a former nation.
But there's no So Dirk is the town we can go to, and it's nearby Delph?
No. Dirk is where a tower is located, but not active. It would have been the closest destination because it's a couple weeks travel through a small forest to get to Flow.
Okay. So how far is Delph from the place?
Delph, depending on the route you take, looks to be. Let's count squares here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 days worth of travel. Double that on foot. So if you guys buy horses or whatever.
How far is Dirk from there?
Dirk from where? Sorry.
Delph.
From Delph?
We're starting from Flow.
Okay, so Dirk from Flow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like a week apart. Like most town distance, it's not super far away.
So if we go to Dirk and we reestablish the Thane, then we could teleport.
From Dirk, yeah. So like if you go to Delph and then go up to Labrium and then go up to Dirk, you could reestablish Dirk and then head to Flow and then head back to Dirk later to make teleporting faster, kind of thing.
Okay. Bam. Is there a reward for reactivating the teleportation circle?
I mean, besides having a fast travel point.
I meant from like the guild or whatever.
Well, he looks at you and says, I already have the location on my map, but if you were to tell me it was active and we could teleport to it safely and whatnot, I could see what I can drum up. But at least 50 gold.
50 gold? That's a joke.
Well, I mean, all you'd be doing would be being a messenger, basically, yeah? We don't expect you to build a whole new tower. That's a whole different thing. There's a tower already there. It just needs someone to run it.
You can't send anybody, like, one way to another? Why can't you send me there, and then they just couldn't send us back because there's nobody there?
I mean, yes, but I don't know if the circle itself is still working, right? And if I send you there and there's something messed up with the circle, I could send you to the wrong plane.
That's fine.
I mean,
I'm willing to risk it.
He looks to the rest of the other two. You guys willing to risk it? Wait.
I can get us off of the plane. I can get us off of the plane.
So I've never been to Dirk. have any of you?
Have I been to Dirk?
You want to roll for it?
Yeah.
Roll for it, friend.
Lived 1,000 years. What do I roll?
Let's roll a percentile.
Okie dokie. Rolling a percentile. I got a 92.
Okay, well that's a really good roll, but not quite what you needed.
Have the
I don't know what I could have needed besides a 69.
You're about 3 points off. I give you a 5% chance of being there before.
That's lame.
Have the gold thistles ever traded with him?
Yeah, take a thing. Again, you would have had to personally go there. This is why this is important.
15.
So no. So no need. I'll roll for Profi. He might have been there, but probably not. Give myself the same chance. It's basically like rolling a 20.
You give me a worse chance than the religion roll for clerics.
Yeah, I did. There's nothing in Dirk that would have made you like there. Look, there's literally no reason that you would go to Dirk except for a story excuse.
Is there any interesting landmarks nearby either of those locations?
I'm sure there is, but you guys don't know about them. Again,
Yeah,
so
does Dirk have mummies?
So Dirk used to be part of a different kingdom, right? So for the nobles that are from the Empire, unless you were originally from that part, it's really kind of its own history and its own people. And they are very separated from the Empire's connections. So the warring borders, just for a little bit of lore dumping on y'all, at Pavlo, there's a mountain range that basically cuts off the road. And is served as the original borderline for the country itself. Way back when there was a whole other city called what was that? You remember the capital city that was in between Rixus Tullius and Delph?
Was it the one Arm was from?
No. That's way up north and on a different continent.
No.
Anyway, there was another nation in between the two nations that was completely erased. The whole capital that was there was razed to the ground. It's no longer existent. It's not on the map anymore. That kind of stuff. Yeah. There used to be 3 kingdoms on the kingdom continent, and now there is 1. And it's not a kingdom.
Yeah, kingdom without a king doesn't make much sense.
It's an empire. It rules everywhere.
All I heard is that it was a kingdom continent and that there should be a king.
Yeah, should be. Fortunately, you guys are keeping the yahoos in business.
But I'm saying risk it. Who's willing to risk it? Just me and you. Gold, Thistle, and Profi. Come on, risk it. Risk it all.
Do you have a coin on you?
We got the coin. We just need to go.
No, just a gold piece. One that's take a look at it, make sure it's been minted and all that. You know, it's got the face and the heads and tails on it.
Oh, odd or even?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a coin on me. You got a real coin right here. Okay.
All right.
What do you want?
Toss it up. Call it.
So, heads you go?
Yeah. Heads I go.
It's on tails. Son of a gun.
Well, I don't want to be lost in another. Well, apparently it's not my fate to be lost in another realm.
Fine. We'll go to the freaking Delphine people.
Sweet, he says with a happy face. He holds out his hand expectantly.
Give him the coin.
I give him some medicinal mushrooms.
How much does it cost for another one of these coins?
What did I say? 1,000 gold? Something like that. They're not cheap because there's not that many towers out there anymore.
Which means they should be cheaper because there's not as many towers. So there's less places to go. So it should be cheaper.
Maybe, except for there's not many people that do the teleporting thing. There's not a lot of specialists. The demand is high, the price is high. Also, we're in a recession.
Which means the price should go lower.
No, inflation? We'll blame it on inflation. So, you guys teleport to Delph. It's a relatively painless experience. As you step out from one side of the teleporter, or right before you teleport, you see a menacing figure approach you with rapid speed. And as the spell goes, you can feel the essence cover through your body, but it doesn't seem to teleport with you, luckily. Fulgash just missed the mark.
Ah, yes. I wonder if he's going to murder the poor guy.
That's a really high possibility, unfortunately.
Here's a question.
Nate,
Can my
Naves.
crawling claw grab the coin back from the guy before we teleport?
I'm gonna say no.
Before he's murdered?
No.
Damn it.
So, as you teleport, missing Fulgash's swing, you wake up or reconvene at Delph, and it's the same time of day. It was almost instantaneously. Sitting on the far side is a female wizard. She smiles at you, tilts her head sideways, and hello, ladies and gents. Welcome to Delph.
Hello. There's a murder on the other side of here, located in the capital city, that's probably going to try to show up here right now. You might want to close this off temporarily.
She goes, "Oh, you don't say!" And she kind of like scrubs the circle really hard.
I
Take
mimic
care.
what she's doing.
I don't do anything else. I got it. I swear. Don't touch the circle. It's my magic. I don't need you blowing up on accident.
Nope.
Also, we'll likely be back in a period of roughly a month-ish, maybe, possibly. We might activate another circle somewhere.
I'll reform
Actually-
this tomorrow. That's the best I can do because we do have people that come here relatively regularly. But if you say there's a murder in the capital, I will believe you.
Yeah, he's like murdered a lot of people. Like, can I make a guesstimate as to like how many people?
Sure.
Like how? Like what do I need to roll?
Make an intelligence check.
That's like the worst.
Well, you're making
Can
a
I
guess.
can I do like a history check? How many people did I see him murder?
No.
Can I do a perception check?
No, just roll your thing and I'll give you a number. Jeez.
Oh, Profi's the highest intelligence among us, isn't he?
4.
A whole 4 total?
Yeah.
He killed at least a gazillion people.
Like I just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He got way more fingers and toes than I got.
Yeah.
And as I pull out like extra hands to like count, like 27.
Your guess that you make is illogical at best. You're like at least a 500,000. 500,000 people are dead, and she's over there like, no, but okay.
The streets were just red with blood.
That was definitely also from us. I did not help. I created a meat grinder that one day.
You can't
I was gonna
speak
say,
right now.
I was gonna say, the lot of us killed just as many people as Fulgash on our way to the stuff.
The sewers are just probably full of it.
That's gonna cause a problem in the future. But is there any? Do you have an apprentice wizard who does these teleportation circles?
I don't know. I mean, eventually, I have a kid of my own. He might take over once he gets proficient enough.
We were just wondering because we are going to go down to the town of or the Tower of Flow, but there's another one near there called Dirk that I guess went underway some
Yes!
time ago.
Yeah, my uncle ran that one for quite some time. He retired a few years ago from illness.
Illness, you say? Illness. I turned to our lovely our monk can't heal illnesses.
Well, unfortunately, he passed not that long ago.
I have a DM question.
I have an answer.
Can we resurrect the guy and make him do the teleportation circle?
Technically, if you want to spend the money and stuff and things, you totally could. But he died of natural causes, more or less. So, like, you could
That doesn't.
resurrect him and then
like,
heal him, and then go from there. Heck, if you use the one that changes his race, he might end up as a race that lives longer.
Reincarnate.
Or one that the issue is if you do reincarnate him, and it's of a race of someone who does not live as long as he does, they die instantly because he's old already.
Oof. If he lived a full life, he might not want to return.
Which is a whole other thing.
Which is why I was asking if I could turn him into like a skeleton, and then they do some of the things that they did in life. And if he spent his whole life drawing a teleportation circle, maybe he would do that in his undead state. That's what I was asking the DM. I'm not necessarily bring him back to life.
Okay, so you're saying to see if you can get an undead wizard to rock the circle for a bit. So I think it would be easier for you as a spellcaster to find a teleportation scroll or learn the spell itself or something along those lines than to have a skeleton possibly hope to do the circle and be able to imbue the magic.
I can't learn it. It's not available.
Right. Well, okay, so maybe you need to be on the lookout for a teleportation scroll.
Okay, I asked the lady, do you have a teleportation scroll?
She goes, not made currently, but for the right price, I could make one. You said you'd be coming back in a month anyway, right?
I mean, yes, but if that was the case, we wouldn't need a teleportation circle.
We live kind of dangerously. We might not survive a month.
Well, that explains the murder. So if I look at this correctly, and she looks at the group and she says, you need someone to write you a spell that'll work as teleportation at the other teleportation circle.
Yes.
Okay. So the kid is smart enough to write. I just don't know how we would imbue it with magic, because you have to basically be able to cast the spell to be able to use it, right? On the teleportation scroll to make it and whatnot. Kind of waves her hand.
You have to make a DC check in regards to the spell level of the spell scroll.
Right. And it'll take about a month to create the item anyway. So I think you would be better off, if you don't necessarily want to wait for me to make it, is to see if you can find one or buy one. On a plus note, the city here has a thriving market. You might be able to buy it from a shop or something in here. We have a remnant of a Lightning Wolf Industries shop here that might have
Perfect.
It.
That would be great.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's the last one in existence that's still operational.
I have a question, DM wise.
Mm-hmm.
Is it ran by goblins?
Is it ran by goblins? You'll have to find out.
Okay.
It's a surprise. It'll be great. You'll giggle.
It's ran by goblins.
It's just like a Radio Shack.
I would call this more like a Blockbuster. Like it was the greatest hotness thing that came along until it went bankrupt.
Have you been to the last?
There's still one.
There is a single Blockbuster, and I've been there.
Yeah, it's in Washington State. I was at the last two that closed.
I was gonna say there was
I
one
was
in
there.
Alaska for a long
There was
time.
two. There was one in Fairbanks, and then there was one in the other town.
So the last one is, from my understanding, is actually in Bend, Oregon.
It might be Oregon, but I thought it was Washington.
Yeah.
But yeah, like literally, like the other two that weren't closed yet, like closed when I was in Alaska, and I have a Blockbuster hoodie at the other house
That's too funny.
from the store.
True.
Also, I helped move a bunch of their like TV shelves, like into like the shelves of all the games and stuff into a Warrior Zone in Alaska after they went bankrupt and they were selling their stuff. But okay, let's make our way over to Lightning Wolf Industries
Okay.
and
so-
or whatever.
whatever it is now. So as you walk the streets of Delph, in the last capital city was organized and like there were beautiful rows of things and stuff was clean and there were soldiers everywhere, and the things were kept in order and like there was a flow to it, right? The streets made sense. Delph is chaos. There are people running everywhere. There's very much a different market, to be sure. It is definitely keeping people on their feet and doing stuff. They're going around doing it's constant motion. There's no order to it. It's utter chaos in the streets. Various races of all kinds of sorts are kind of in the streets asking for change or asking to buy or sell things. The market is just excessively lively. So, as you guys make your way, the whole town is like this. You got to estimate that the population of Delph, the city of Delph, is about 10 times the population density of Rexus Tullius.
What do you think of Beholders?
That the one flying above you guys is terrifying. So they're giving you a wide berth as you kind of walk. If they pay attention, there's plenty of people that are just on their business doing their thing, kind of rushing through
people
life.
New York in it. So.
Yeah. This very much has a feel of like New York is organized at least. This definitely
Is
feels
it Chicago?
No. This is like way more Indian in nature. Like way more like
Bizarre kind of.
bizarre. Yeah. Way more populated. You know what I mean? New York
It's
is
a megapolis.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the slums aren't necessarily everywhere, but they're all over the place. People fit where people can fit. And there's just a whole bunch of life. You know what I mean? That's the other thing it is full of life and color and excitement. And you are probably drawn in a little bit. It's not
great.
It's not orderly. No. It is very much a city of life.
Gonna look for some fresh exotic fruit.
There is some fresh exotic fruit. Pretty much wherever you want. Again, people are trying to sell you things as you're walking and whatnot. There's definitely fruit vendors and things like that. Do you buy some fruit?
I'd like to try and trade some medicinal mushrooms for fruit.
So as you try to trade and barter, the person who is trading you looks at you a little sideways and goes, "What are they for?"
These are very, very good for your health. They could be turned into a salve, or you could just cook them and eat them. Let's see, where did I find them?
You found them inside of the church, like the underground one, the moon.
On top of that, they were grown on sacred ground. Out of character,
Defiled ground.
Yeah, out of character. I just looked for herbs, and you told me the mushrooms. You didn't give me any more descriptors.
No, you're good. You're good. So as you offer the mushrooms to the person selling you stuff, they kind of shake their head a little bit. You said you can eat them?
Oh yeah, you could definitely cook and eat these.
I should cook them first, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat too many at once.
Okay. I'll trade one time. That's it.
Perfect.
Next time I see you, you pay me gold.
Oh, absolutely. Is that how it works here?
Is that not how it works everywhere in the Empire?
Oh. I thought this was a free market.
Under the rule of Rexus Tullius? Hilarious.
Oh, but that man's dead, isn't he?
The Emperor died, yes, but there's always a new Emperor.
Well, not
Oh,
currently.
have you heard any news of any new emperors scurrying about these areas?
Well, I hear the lady of the city has her fiance with her under lock and key.
Oh, would that happen to be a Tullius?
Yes, of course. Oh, sorry, you must not be from around here if you're asking these kind of questions.
Oh, we're fresh
no.
out the teleportation circle.
Oh, okay. So you guys are the ones that teleported in. Yeah. Well, hey, look, for the low price of 10 gold, you can hire me for the day, and I will guide you around the city the best I can. Keep you in the safe spot so you are safe.
That's a. Can I insight?
Sure.
That would be an 8.
So
You trust?
he seems a tad shady, but nothing that you wouldn't trust. You think?
Oh, we can
No
totally
more
trust
less
this guy.
shady no less shady than me. I'm pretty shady.
You're a whole ass shadow.
He's literally shady.
So, like, I do it.
All right, hand over 15. Here's another 5 for your family.
He looks at you with a smile on his face. He says, "You know what? I'm not going to go with you. I'm going to let you take her." And he points to someone who's standing at the side with under a small robe, and they take off their face mask, and she says, "She'll keep you safe, especially for an extra 5 gold. Thank you for your business." And he goes back to selling fruit. The woman looks around, comes close to you, and says,
Well, I'm glad that you were able to work over a little extra cash. Usually that's my job to reach into your pockets as you're walking around and take it. But instead he's got me actually running around the city. So what do you want to see?
Oh, this Tullius person. They're famous, right? I'd like to meet a famous person.
Well, I don't know how to break this to you, but I am of no noble lineage. There's no way I'm getting anywhere near where Tullius is. I can show you in the right direction, but I promise you you're not getting past anyone of, shall we say, of important birth.
Oh, well,
Lucky
you-
for this young lady with us, I am of just such a birth.
She smiles wickedly. It says, really? Skinny man. Oh, how much birth you got in you?
Was a long time ago.
My
I'm
galaxy
afraid
far, far away.
Fran
She goes-
sidesteps, puts both of her arms out. This is Marzek's Dustbringer.
Will Smith introduction aside, she looks at young Wolf and shakes her head. I don't know what that means. So I'm not totally familiar with any nobility outside of the Delvin line, and even then,
You say outside of the Elven line?
Delvin, as in the people from Delph.
Ah, I see. Well, I have a special reign in regards to the courts of the Empire.
Gotcha. So I will happily lead you over to the gate, but there's no way I am getting it. I hope you understand.
I understand. Maybe we can take a small detour around the city of Delph before we go and start on a business excursion. You know, see the sights. I hear that there's a Lightning Wolf Industries around these parts.
Oh, someone told you the teleporting lady, right? Wizards love that place. Yeah, it's one of the few functioning ones left, though. From our knowledge of what I've heard, it doesn't function like it used to. It might be the same store, ran in a similar style, but they don't have the connections they once had.
I see. Is there any other places of interest that might be within the city of Delft that you might point us in? Or places that we should avoid?
Well, she says you should probably avoid the Brotherhood District. There's some interesting men over there that don't really like you foreigners much. And politely, the 2 or 3 of you stick out relatively well. You don't wear any of the similar clothes. You might go to the market and pick up some clothes to blend in with the locals a little bit better.
Yeah, I think I'm still in the jester's clothes.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. You guys do look ridiculous. Murphy's also still in jester's clothes, so, you know. Can't recognize me, but also, look ridiculous. So,
I'm wearing a full set of elven garb.
yeah, you look normal. You're just your rap self. You actually probably blend in better than anyone else. But she does. Yeah, that gives you away a little bit. But as you are talking, she goes, okay, so what then? You have to get a couple other places out by name. That if you walk into a district with red paint above the doors, be careful. It's in a city market. It tells people that's a dangerous part of the city. The guards go around and paint doors that are quite heavy, shall we say. Also, don't trust the guards. They're all bastards. They're all liars. They will take your money as fast as they can. Let's see what else. What do you newbies need to know? Before I leave you. Is there anywhere you're interested in going? And then I can kind of direct and talk about it before I get back to what I was doing.
Freya, this is your god.
What? Freya's not here.
I mean, not Freya.
Freya?
I'm trying to remember. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, some clothing does seem appropriate. Are there any stables?
Oh, of course, yes.
We need probably some fine steeds for our travel in the future.
Well, yeah, there's some in a couple places in town. Do you want stuff that are unique or just horses?
She thinks for a second. And when she's thinking about unique, the only thing that comes to mind is Stinger and what Stinger did to Rhett. Just horses.
His mom says some of the best horses I raised in Duff. So, yes, there's a large stable just on the outside of town that will happily sell you fantastic stock.
Great. Fran looks around at Marzex and Profi. Anything you guys want to see?
Profi looks around.
Profi looks around and looks to you and says, I mean, I just got told that I have another sibling in town. I'm a little interested in that comparatively to everything else, but we don't necessarily have time to goof with that while we're on this other assignment.
We can get a quick surrender.
If it's who I think it is, God, I hope he surrenders. I don't want to kill him.
So the special shop, the clothing shop, and the fine steeds then.
Okay, so she takes you to the market that has clothing in abundance, and there's styles and things that would obviously make you fit in really easy and are colorful and exciting. And then there's other ones that are a little bit more on the DL, a little bit calmer, not so vibrant and bright, but they definitely don't fit the town, right? It would make you stick out in a different way. And then there's various other clothing. So what kind of style are you looking for to disguise yourself? Obviously, Marzex doesn't need one because he's doing his own thing. I assume, unless you really want one.
I'm fine.
Something that doesn't restrict movement.
You tell that to the shopkeep that you are in for one of the stores, and they giggle at you and say, if you wanted something that wouldn't restrict movement, you would just take off your clothes. No, young lass. We're asking how pretty you want to look and what colors you want to wear, not how effective they are in combat. If you want effective combat clothing, this is the wrong store for you.
No, just a local cloak then, and maybe a set of gloves.
They pull out a fine set of gloves and a very nice cloak. They say that'll be 72 gold.
That's a lot for a non-magic item.
Yeah. Can I insight on that?
Yep.
17.
So, looking at the materials, they're good materials, but they're not 72 gold worth of materials. Even if you were to factor in extremely skilled labor or something along those lines, you should be paying half that.
Is there a small animal that's nearby?
Yes, probably. Roasting on a pike.
So I may be new, but I wasn't born yesterday. Good try.
They look at you and say, "Okay, what are you willing to offer for these?" And as a DM, just to step in here, 30 gold would be a reasonable price to pay.
I like you. I like what you try to do here. That was good. How about 35?
They happily accept your 35 gold after they try to shenanigan you.
Huh. They're trying to use their skills.
As you put this on, you now do blend in almost perfectly. The gloves don't grant any extra bonuses, but they are really nice gloves, and are worth noting that they cover your prosthetic hand perfectly, so you can't really tell that it is robot-esque.
Nice.
The other bit is the clothes themselves are heat resistant. So you will not suffer any weather injuries due to heat while wearing them. You can still take fire damage and all that fun stuff, but you won't take heat damage, quote unquote.
No, like desert condition exhaustion kind of deal.
Exactly. Profi at the same shop is looking for similar clothes. He's actually going to try and match your clothing style. See if they have something in similar nature. Well, he can't buy the gloves, but he buys very similar attire to yours. It's not quite perfect, but they sell them basically something very similar. He only pays them 30 gold, though, because he didn't get gloves.
Nice.
So, now that you guys have clothes, where would you like to go next?
The Remnant shop, right?
The Lightning Wolf Industry.
So, as you approach the building, a small goblin stands outside the front. And he says, Hey, you like the magic, don't you? I can see it.
You see it floating in the air as I point at the beholder?
Oh, that's a beholder. That's undead too. Wow, that's terrifying.
It's a coat rack.
I don't know how to take that, good sir. My boss sells stuff. Would you like to see stuff?
I love stuff. I love
Stuff is
stuff.
great.
And,
You're gonna have to leave
I,
the.
I
You're gonna.
also like goblins. So
Oh, well, that's good to know. I'm gonna just stare at this thing to make sure it doesn't eat anybody, but it's gonna have to stay out here. Is that okay?
oh sure. You don't have to worry about eating anybody. There's only been one person in its mouth, and it has never eaten them. Actually, I don't even think they crawl it in its mouth. It hasn't eaten anybody. Now it sometimes stares at people, and that can be a problem.
Ah, he just looks.
I crave violence.
He looks to the rest of you.
Oh,
Inside, yeah. Please go. The boss is in there. I'm sure he'll be happy to greet you. I don't know about these other two, but you are brimming with magic.
yes, thank you.
You go inside, and sitting at the desk, kind of feet propped up, looking like to relax, is a very wolf-like looking individual. Again, for people that haven't heard of a Caninium before, they're basically the halfway stage of a human and a werewolf. They're also known as shifters, but these ones are way more like Werewolf of London style looking. So like mid-transformation from that movie. If any of you have watched that old movie.
Oh yeah, so
Are you
many
saying
times.
he looks like the wolf guy from Elden Ring?
No, not yet.
If you haven't watched,
He's not that level yet.
if you haven't watched the movie you referenced, you should. Great.
It's pretty good actually. For what it was. So anyway, this shifter or Caninium looks over to you and smiles and says, "Hello, interesting guest.
Hello.
How can I serve you today?" The goblin sent you in, and it sounded like he said something about you are full of magic, and I trust him.
Yes, he would be correct. I do deal with the arcane. However, my name is Marzex Dustbringer. Who might you be?
They just call me Cloud.
Cloud. Nice to meet you, Cloud. So, I was wondering if I have a particular mount, and it is a wee bit slow. Would you happen to have maybe potentially like a magical horseshoe or something that I could give to my mount to make it go twice as fast as it normally could?
Yeah, actually. He perks up really excitedly, gets out of his chair, runs to the back. You hear shuffling and jamming and boxes falling, and he appears a couple seconds later and here you go.
What is that?
The inside the box is a small roped feather. He says you can tie this. Yep. The box says, and he looks like he's trying to read it really hard. This is the feather of the winds. While you put it on a mount and it makes him go faster is the side note here. I don't really know much more about it. If you're a magic person, maybe you can identify and get all the extra fun stuff. But that's what it says it does.
Oh, okay. Could I take an Arcana check?
Sure.
/ does the guy who owns a magic shop not have a thing of identify?
Not on him currently.
Huh.
Because I'm definitely not good at Arcana. Can you help me?
He looks at you and says, "Do you want me to cast Identify? I can do it. I have the stuff for it. It'll just cost you." Unfortunately, my magnifying glass of Identify is at the repair shop.
This is a shame. How much would that cost?
For the ritual components and all that fun stuff, I'll charge you 50 gold. I mean, but before you pay me, yeah, I was gonna say, the box descriptor basically does it justice. He looks around for a little bit. You know what? You're the first customer of the day, so I'm gonna institute a sale and let you name your price. What would you pay for this?
What kind of rarity is it?
It's definitely uncommon.
Okay. Uncommon. So common's like what, 50 gold? Uncommon's like 500?
It's 100 gold and then
2,000?
500, but yeah. So it's 500 to 1,000 for this is kind of the price range you would expect to pay for an item like this.
500 to 2,000. Okay. So before I throw down a price on this, let's see if there's anything else in the store that might be of interest.
He says, of course, yeah, let me just set this down here. Unfortunately, I'm only applying the sale to this item here, and he points to the feather.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair.
Been in the inventory for a while.
You know, I have something that you might be of interest in as well.
We're always
what would
willing.
you-
We're always willing to trade. We love trading here. Makes our life easier.
Canister of fairy dust.
Fairy dust. Huh. Okay, he pulls out a small book and looks through something. Fairy dust, fairy dust, fairy dust. Aha! Okay, yeah, I got a price for that.
Okay. So, that'll be one thing I'm willing to trade. So I've got things for the mount. Anybody else have any interest of goods while we're in here? Or are we just gonna, are we only here for me? Oh, yes, teleportation scroll. Or some other teleportation device.
Let me take a look. Okay. Okay. Huh. Well. So he comes back out a couple minutes later and says, well, I don't have a teleportation scroll, but I do have a teleportation mat. And he whips it out on the counter. There's a little teleportation circle on it. He goes, this bad boy is super cool. Basically, it can take one person and teleport them to a place one time. So, I mean, depending on how many friends you have, it's cool. But it works just like a teleportation circle where it can go to other circles, but also the spell. It works like once a week, though, is the downside. So it takes a bit to recharge.
Okay. With such limitations, there might be a thing to that. Okay. Definitely good.
But yeah, if you recognize the symbol, you can come back to it later, so you can always pick your stuff up.
I have something interesting that you might be willing to trade for that as well.
Okay, listening.
I have a pair of gauntlets. I don't use them too frequently. As I pull out my assassin gauntlets that have the ability to have up to 5 different poisons applied at the same time.
Are they magical or are they mechanical?
They are, I believe, magical because they have 1d6 bonus.
Okay. Goes. Huh. I might be willing to trade for that. That's something people around here might be able to use.
Yes, sir. Is there Now, on to the rest of my party. Do you all have anything you're interested in potentially bargaining with?
Yeah. Fran pulls out her bracers of defense and shows him her cloak of protection. It's like, you wouldn't happen to have something like this cloak, but better?
He looks and goes, ooh. Yes. He smiles widely. A very toothy grin. He goes, but it's not cheap.
Well.
So you're willing to trade bracers of defense and a cloak of protection for whatever this is?
If it was a ring of protection plus 2, just for attunement slot reasons.
So I want to rephrase your question and make sure I'm understanding. Do you want something stronger than both of these combined, or something that is equally strong as the two of them?
Something with the same effect as the cloak but stronger was the question, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So, and just to clarify, as a DM, Cloak of Protection gives you a +1 to your checks, right?
AC and saving throws, it's just like a ring.
Okay.
But there isn't a version of it that goes beyond that. The rings do. I
and
took
doesn't the bracers of defense give you a +2?
Yeah, I had to drop an attunement slot for the shovel.
So I can give you my reign of protection, which is also +1 if I can get those bracers.
Well, it would just be doing the same thing as the cloak, which is using one of the 3. See, it's a technical thing.
I see.
Sorry, Fran.
You're fine.
He smiles and says, pretty girls deserve flowers. I have something that is flowery and exciting. My father made this a long time ago, and he goes outside and pulls out a small tiara. He says, "This is better than those, guaranteed." And I will take those items off your hand, but I will still also need some compensation because this is quite the artifact, family heirloom, all that fun stuff.
How much would you say?
Well, if you're trading me those 2 items, let's see, I'm gonna need somewhere around $4,000 extra.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Oh.
But I do have this. Shows the grappling hook.
Yes, the solid plate silver grappling hook that is worth a lot of money. I will definitely trade for that. But Santa, miss, come on now.
Right now. So what? If I have a better description, I might be willing to part with something.
What do you want to know about it? I know
I
this item.
I want to know why it's better.
Because this not only gives you a veil of protection against physical attacks, it also gives you a veil of protection against magical.
Oh.
So for stats wise, just to not complicate things and make life easy, it's a +2 to your AC and a +2 to your saving throws.
Right, like a +2 ring.
Yeah.
But
Just
tiara.
a mithril scarf that smells like flowers to add to the deal.
I do believe I have one of those.
That is a good common item that you could trade, but that's only going to get you at most 500.
So that drops it to 3,500.
Yep.
We do have several diamonds, by the way.
Mm-hmm. You were just saving them for resurrections, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but we have like 30 of them.
That's about $3,000. Then I have a whole bunch of rubies.
We also have rubies and sapphires.
Oh. Well, if you want to...
We also have platinum. But we split that up evenly.
Yeah. I could give you what I have left in gold to add to the party stuff if that's the case. I don't have anything of value other than that. I haven't drawn from the party cash though. I don't know if she or her brother contributed.
Who grabbed the Book of Knowledge?
This should be you, sir. You have the Book of Knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. That is the old lady. Grandma Jenny has that one.
Oh, yep.
Dang it. Take it from him.
Well, I'll only take from the party stuff if it's okay with the party.
There's only one other person in
Somebody
the party right now.
It's I was gonna
has a
say.
potion of flying.
Well, that might also be the old lady. I have so little stuff. Besides the stuff that
I still
got
have
from-
a bunch of money because they usually don't buy things.
Yeah, I have an okay amount of money. So as you pull out the diamonds, because we give you the go ahead, that's $3,000. You're gonna give away the smelly cloak
We
thing.
can use all the diamonds.
Yeah,
It's like 2 diamonds.
2 diamonds.
They're like 20 diamonds. 20 diamonds.
Okay, that's $2,000. Because remember, diamonds equate to 100 apiece unless they're special.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, the smelly cloak, the cloak of protection, the bracers of defense, and I will offer up to punch anyone in town as hard as I can that he wants.
On a hired assassin, huh? Let's
No,
see.
not kill them. Just punch them, and then I'll say whatever you want me to say.
Oh.
No offense, your punch could kill someone.
Yeah, that's true.
He goes,
Like every 1d4 hit point person commoner here, you're just gonna like fight. Also, you labeled the diamonds as high tier diamonds.
oh, did I?
Yes.
Oh.
I got 30 high tier diamonds, 16 rubies, and 16 sapphires.
Oh, well, high tier diamonds are a totally different class. They're worth 3 times as much as a regular diamond. No, sorry, 5 times. Yeah, they're 500 apiece because you can use them for a couple of the spells.
Whoa. Yeah,
So,
Fran will definitely owe you guys.
I take that back. If you're gonna spend those diamonds, if they're 500 apiece, you only need 8 of them?
6.
What? 6 would be
6
$3,000.
Yeah, 6 will be $3,000.
Un-
Oh, 4,
unless
so 8.
He's
If you wanna-
paying $5,000 for this item.
okay.
Which is actually a really good price for a rare item. So.
Yeah. Well, if you guys want to foot the bill,
Yeah, we can lose 8 diamonds for a well person. Good stuff. We need stuff.
Just don't blow yourself up anytime soon.
I'm just gonna say, the saves will be
Yeah,
great.
you're using your body to pay for it.
Yeah, you were interested in those bracers of defense too.
I was interested in them.
They're great for spellcasters.
Oh, I got an idea. Yeah, you got bracers of the illusionist up in here.
Bracers of the illusionist.
Ooh.
He goes into the back for a second. Yes, I do.
Oh no.
How much for one of those? Or both of those?
What's your rarity level?
Oh, they're
I don't know. I'm gonna need my expert here, Lady
They're-
Francesca's player Lawrence.
oh They're pretty good. I think I sent that to somebody in message before. I think I sent that to you. Like, hey, check these out.
You did, but I don't remember. Okay, I'm looking them up right now. I just might take a second. They are a wondrous item. They are very oof.
They're very rare or very rare.
Very.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at 10 grand for these, at least at a minimum.
I got some money, but I don't think I got that much money. How much is 100 platinum? 1,000 gold?
Gold. Yeah.
They would be so useful, though.
Oh yeah, they are amazing. They allow you to double cast a cantrip with a bonus action.
That is pretty cool. All right, gentlemen, we gotta start wrapping up. We got less than 10 minutes, so.
Oh yeah, too much shopping. Yeah, if it's cool, I'll do that trade.
Okay, you trade the diamonds, your items, and all that fun stuff, and receive the Rose Tiara.
Rose Tiara.
It is an attuned item, but like I said, it gives you a +2 to your AC and a +2 to your saves. And for effect, when a magical effect is fired at you, you can literally see the barrier that it creates around you.
Cool.
I would like to attempt another trade deal.
Yeah, I mean, you still haven't bought the first thing, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do like a group thing, you know.
Group trade.
Oh.
All right, listening.
Okay, so I have a small gemstone, with the quickened spell Transmute Rock
Mhm.
in it. I have a Ring of Protection.
Mhm.
How much would that take off of the current cost?
It would make it free.
I would do that to get the illusionist bracers.
The illusionist bracers.
Those are the
For the Ring
Tingy.
of Protection and the Spellstone.
Oh, not even close. Sorry, I thought you were talking about this feather here.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a bit off for sure.
Like how much? I need to know how much so I can.
Oh, gotcha. I'll tack off for the thing and the other thing. 1,500, so 1,500 for those two items.
That's not a lot.
I can give you my 1950 gold.
And my I want to get rid of my scarf.
Okay, I'll you already gave me one of these with your friend here, so
Now you have a matching set, so now it can be for a husband and wife. Ah.
yeah. I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'll give you a generous 500 for this.
Okay, so that takes off 2 out of 10, leaving 8, right?
You know what I've been carrying for a really long time that we've never used? Somebody's gonna be really upset. I pull out the Mithril Cold Iron Staff from the
for reforging the legendary item.
I mean, do we need to reforge it?
Didn't that get transferred into Squawk Staff?
It did.
Yeah.
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
Dang
yeah.
it.
Yeah, sorry, that's back at the Capitol with our priestess friend.
Well, I mean, I have one spare bag of holding that had sea life in it, so I guess I could use that.
Just dump out half an ocean on the poor man, like.
No, I already did that. It's empty now.
Oh, okay. No, bag of holdings are uncommon. sell anywhere from 200 to 250 to 500.
Are they really that low?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
They used to be way more valuable in earlier editions because
They were a
weight
lot
was so-
rarer.
Yeah, right. And weight was way more important back then. Now that people just kind of ignore it, they're not as important.
Well,
No
I
more
have,
tensors floating disk either.
I mean, they have it. It's just not that crazy.
Now it's to create an abrupt stop for someone falling.
My ass.
mm, I have 730 total platinum.
There's some crazy guy outside yelling.
Is that enough?
Not even close, sir.
730 platinum?
Oh, 730. Sorry. So 730 platinum. Up that up to 300, plus the $2,000. Puts you a little bit shy.
I can give you all the gold I have. The 1,950.
Doing this bargaining thing that you said, like get the price thing that I want, and we do all of this deal. You'll get one fairy dust. You'll get the multiple poison magical gauntlet, arena protection, the spellstone, the scarf, a bag of holding, and 730 730 platinum, equating to 7,300 gold. Could we make a deal with that? Since there's so much at hand.
For the feather and the bracers?
For the feather and the bracers and the teleportation grab.
All right. I can't do I can't do all three of those items, but I could do the feather and the whatchamacallit.
Do you have business cards?
Can I do a persuasion check to try to persuade him?
No.
Really?
Not in this situation. He's because he's already being real nice. He's not giving you unfair prices on anything.
Well, you told me it was 10 grand for the bracers.
Yep.
And then you said that the feather one was uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the teleportation mat is. You didn't say.
It's rare.
Okay, which is the same rarity as the gauntlets.
No, the gauntlets are very rare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it's less rare. So the gauntlets are as rare as the bracers of the illusionist. So I should be able to trade the gauntlets for the bracers of illusionist.
Yeah, except for the assassin's gear that you're giving him isn't as effective. It's not a very rare item. It's just not made very often.
You just said it was a very rare item. And it has magical properties.
Sure, right, but the properties is it can hold 5 venoms, and when it does an attack with it, you get to add an extra 1d6 to your damage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That effect is like a uncommon level effect. There's just only 1 or 2 of these gauntlets in existence, so they are very rare.
Yeah, the flame tongue adds 2d6, and it's what?
Rare?
Yeah.
I was trying to because 10,000 would be like the highest price for that one item, right?
No, that's the lowest price for that item. So, if you guys will remember, magic items go from the lowest possible number to the highest possible number. So a common item, right, can range anywhere from 0 to 100. uncommons go anywhere from 100 to 500, and then rares go from 500 to 1,000. Right? Yeah, and then 5,000 to 10,000, so on and so forth. I don't know. I'd have to look at the chart really quick to tell you more accurately. 10
Okay,
seconds.
well,
What's that? I'm listening.
how short am I? Is what I'm asking, because a bag of holding is worth what you said, 500, and then the scarf is probably worth like 50. I don't know how much the stone is worth.
I think he cut you $2,000 with the items you had before from the 10 total, and then you had the 730 platinum, which put you just a little bit shy of 10K.
Yeah, so just as a note, for
So I
rare
just need
items,
700 gold, right?
no, so like you would cover everything except for the, like, you have the bracers and you have the silly feather thing paid for with the trades and the money by far. It's the carpet itself is like $3,000. Is what I'm just gonna tell you what I have it priced at.
Yeah, so what I'm saying though is that the thing that I was originally putting towards the teleportation mat was the gauntlets. So I still have the gauntlets to trade.
Correct.
And you said that was very rare. So how much could I get off of the mat with that?
So I don't know where you got that from. They're not very rare items. They are.
You told me it was very rare. That's what I'm confused about.
Okay.
Not common in occurrence.
They are very rare
Right.
as to find, not very rare as in their value.
Okay, well, I was asking value.
Okay. I'm telling you, they're uncommon.
Did you take into the account the 1,950 I tossed in?
No.
That's all the gold I have, but the party paid for my item, so it's only fair.
For those of you watching at home, sorry, we're over the 4-hour mark, still arguing about gold and things.
I feel like this is one of those things that can be taken care of offline.
That's true.
And then just give an update.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot to end
Okay.
it. And we'll talk post session, so we're not here doing math for another half hour. So for those of you watching, our code for the month, for the rest of the month, is still Fireworks 907. Firework 907. One capital F, lowercase everything else. Get you 10% off at the website. We've been doing a ton of work on the podcast, so if you guys could check those out and listen to some episodes on the podcast, please, it'd be super helpful for us. We'd really appreciate it. For those of you that are doing all the other stuff, come check out the website, see all the cool stuff we're doing there. I'm going to warn you guys ahead of time, we're going to be a little bit more pitchy with stuff and things coming up in the future, just because that's how business be, and that's what we're doing currently. I want to thank you all for watching tonight. Fred, do you have anything you want to pop in for your stuff?
Yeah. Let me pull on my camera again. So, my campaign is going strong over at youtube.com/thegildednook. I'm a bit too tired to try to spell that right now, so I'm sorry. But youtube.com/thegildednook. You know, I also am a DM. I DM games. It's fun. I enjoy it. If you enjoy my character in here, you'll probably enjoy all my players over there too, because we're all really like-minded in how we play. So, yeah. That's what I got. youtube.com/thegildednook.
The Gilded Nook. Gotta get you like a cool announcer voice for the next time you do that. I'm gonna make you a sound effect. It's gonna be great. Anyway, we'll finish this up here, and we'll start our adventures in Delph, going forward. So, with adventure in mind, have a wonderful night. Bye.